All right. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to round 7 of 2024 Chess Olympiad. I'm Ilya, and clearly I must have won a prize for the messiest hairstyle. I guess messiest morning hairstyle. And yeah, I'll be here with you today analyzing the games of round 7 of the 2024 Chess Olympiad, and we have action. Taking a quick look at the standings right now. These are standings for the open section, where India has a perfect score, 12 points, 6 match wins out of 6 rounds possible. I will also want to point out that in the women's section, the standings look pretty much the same, with India having scored 100% so far. So really dominating the field halfway through the event. Although Vietnam, China, and Iran all seem to be quite close, looking to deliver upsets to the Indian team. And today we have one of probably the most interesting matches between India and China. The interesting part about that match is that, as we can see from the camera, there you go, and from the board pairings themselves, that China has made a unusual decision to opt out of fielding the current world champion, Grandmaster Ding Liren. And so our hopes and dreams of seeing Lukash facing off against Ding are all coming down in shambles, as it will not be happening. We will not get to see the world champion runner-up and the actual world champion facing off before their actual world championship match in Singapore in a couple of months. Nevertheless, I'm sure the match is going to be, interesting and exciting as is, as all of these players are out there for blood. Hopefully, a day off yesterday allowed most of these players to recover, and so we're gonna get to see some good quality chess. Although, it would be safe to assume that the closer this event comes to its finale, the more likely we are to see, massive blunders, upsets, teams, on a brink of not making it into the prizes and stuff like that. So, I still have high hopes, but there is never a guarantee, because we are just human. People get tired, and that's understandable. This shirt reminds you of Azazel from the Sandman series. Ding is chilling. Yeah, well, I mean, in all fairness, Ding has had a rather rough performance once again. So, he's probably saving up his strengths for, future matches. Although I would say that this match is probably going to be decisive, as Indian team has already faced most of the top teams, especially now as they are about to play China. The match I'm actually personally looking forward to would be India versus Vietnam, because I feel like Vietnamese players are in the zone. They have been showing amazing performance. Most of the members on Vietnam team are gaining a lot of rating points so far after only 6 rounds. The team leader and a good friend of mine, Lim Le Quang, is gaining so many rating points that he has actually managed to move to world number 12 in live ratings as of right now, which is just an absolutely astonishing performance. I think that's probably Lim's all-time high. I'm gonna knock on wood, making sure I don't jinx him. But yeah, he's been having an absolute blast of a tournament. Hello, Andrew. Matt Quick Chess in the chat. How's it going? Hello, Jeffrey. You're glad to see me again? Well, I'm glad to see you too. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoy the games, enjoy the commentary. Illia, tough spelling. Just put a bunch of L's and I's in there, you know. You won't miss. Top 10 is really getting shuffled good this year. Yeah, you know, a lot of changes in the world rankings this year. People are fighting. It's lovely to see that, you know, people are not clinging to, you know, trying to maintain their world ranking positions, and they are going out, you know, all out for the fight. That's what we want to see. Yeah, Lemmas is world number 12 right now, as of right now. Obviously, the tournament is not over yet, but you know, with how he's been playing, chances are that he'll only go higher from now on. Ding is number 22. Yeah, Ding has dropped a lot, but you know, everyone is waiting for the match. You know, people should be able to forget and forgive, given that Ding delivers during the World Championship match. And if it doesn't, you know, so be it. But some people, myself included, still haven't lost hope. I still am quite positive that he's capable of, you know, playing the way he used to a year and a half, 2 years ago. USA versus Armenia women's match should be good today too. Well, yeah, we're definitely gonna take a look at that. Actually, can even pull up the match right now. It should be board 5, or as in match 5. I'm pretty sure we have camera feeds for that match as well. Looks like, is this the correct match? Yes, or no, or yes. It doesn't seem, well, I don't think this is a correct camera feed, no? Yeah, this is not, this is Germany. This is Germany versus Mongolia, and and Germany versus Mongolia in my video feed is what exactly? My apologies. I haven't really changed anything. This looks like match 7, which is France versus Spain, and if I go to France versus Spain games, it takes me to, well, okay, so stuff is broken. All right, that's good to know. I wonder why. Okay, so just to double check, match 1 in the women's section, Georgia versus India. That's right. Okay, Georgia versus India works out. Match number 2, Hungary versus Austria. As we see players shaking hands, beginning their matches. I'm still in the video feeds checking mode. My apologies for that. Match number 3, Poland versus Ukraine. Poland versus Ukraine works out. Okay. Match number 4, Kazakhstan versus Azerbaijan. trying to catch. That looks right. Yeah, that's right. Kazakhstan versus Azerbaijan, match number 4 is correct. And now match number 5, for some reason, is skipped. And what we see here is yeah. So if we have anyone from Lichess who has access to the media sources for the webcams, it would be greatly appreciated if I got a follow up on this, as match number 5 seems to be like the media source for match number 5 seems to be taking us to match 6 instead, and then camera feed for match 6 seems to be taking us to match number 7, right? So this is match 5, and then match 6 is Germany versus Mongolia, and what we see on the screen is France versus Spain. So that's not right. Okay, so at least now we know. My apologies, I didn't catch that while setting up the video feeds. Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, okay, there's no way I wouldn't recognize women's women's US team, because I personally know all of the players on that team. I don't know exactly what they look like. So I was really trying to see if I have completely lost my mind or if there is a mistake. And now as I've confirmed, we unfortunately do not have access to the camera feed for match number 5 in the women's section. Once again, my apologies. Let me see if I can fix it, or if the Lichess team and I can fix it. Let's see here. Yeah, that should be correct. Okay, so instead, okay, so now as we know that that's not working, what I could do is I could try to make it look right, at least on my end for the time being. But once again, we do not unfortunately have the video feeds for the women's US team match. So we're just gonna do this. Wait. It didn't work. Should I refresh the page maybe? No, I shouldn't be refreshing the page. I should just go here. One of these games. Let's say Karasayib's game. And it should take me to the default scene. All right. Looks good. In the meantime, let's actually take a look at what's happening on the top boards in the open section. Sicilian defense. I'm very happy to see it once again. The interesting choice by Gukesh. Goes for a sideline here as opposed to playing d4, transposing into main knight variations. Gukesh goes for knight c3, bishop e2, so very unprecedented way of playing. White just kind of develops and doesn't really show much interest in fighting for the center, as White usually does in these positions by playing d4 or c4 or even c3, which would have been a lapin. And here, Wei responds by saying, okay, if you haven't done it immediately, how about you don't get to play d4 at all? So goes ahead, plays e5, and Gukesh quickly responds with bishop c4, like a very unusual development here from White's side. Spending 2 moves in the opening phase, but obviously here we can explain this was the fact that Wei Yi just played e5, significantly weakening the d5 square. So now it becomes, I guess it becomes more logical to have our bishop placed on c4, as it's going to be on a long diagonal. We see bishop e7 have been played, d3, knight c6. Yeah, I think we're just gonna, surprisingly, there have been a bunch of games of really strong players, and Magnus himself has played this position before, where he went bishop to g5. Would be interesting to see what Gukesh does here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a move like h3, knowing how annoying the bishop coming to g4 can become. And I think the idea of playing bishop g5 here would be that if bishop g4, since we haven't castled yet, we can maybe just force this bishop back all the way to g6. And this gives me off a strong Italian game vibe. If only this pawn was on c7 right now, it would just be quite literally a position from Italian games / four knights. But yeah, the pawn being on c5, not quite sure who it favors the most. I would say that probably white, because once again the d5 is easier to access, as it is now an outpost. Hey man, I'm a beginner at chess. Can you suggest any chessable courses for me? Your rating is 900. Unfortunately, I cannot. I would say that chessable courses are, if I were to guess, once again, I could be wrong here, but in my mind, chessable courses are more suited for people who are not at the beginning, at the beginner level. So for you, what I would suggest you do is try to do a lot of puzzles, and take some simple book for maybe openings, and try to understand some opening ideas and why your pieces move to certain places. Like you want to make sure that you know and are comfortable with like the three pillars of chess, which is piece development, central control, and king safety. And as long as you master those, while also supplementing your knowledge with proper tactical vision, you should be able to climb all the way to, I would say, like 1800. Yeah, I don't think it would make a lot of sense for you to be getting chessable courses. Once again, those are usually those usually go into great detail, and it can oftentimes become overwhelming for people who are just starting the chess journey. So yeah, I would say I would recommend you focus on simpler things as of right now, until you get to maybe like about 16, 17, 1800 level. Okay, let's see. If he plays more, Deng will be out of 2700 by the end of this event. That's crazy. That's insane. Yeah, it could happen, seeing how it's going for Ding right now. But it's you never expect anything like this happening to player as strong as Ding, and obviously him being a world champion supplements the I just feel like it's close to impossible for something like this to occur. And I don't remember last time when world champion was struggling so much playing in open and closed invitational events. Ilya is basically saying wait till his chessbook course comes out. My chessbook course, if it ever comes out, was a very, very low probability. My chessbook course will not be focused on openings. I guarantee you that. I will never ever do a chessbook course on openings. What I may end up doing is I may end up doing a chessbook course on practical chess and how to be, an effective player in middle games. That I could possibly do, because I feel like that's what I specialize in. But, as of right now, I, haven't received any offers to create such a course, and yeah, haven't really had time to compile enough material for the course itself. So maybe sometime into the future, but yeah, I wouldn't expect it to be anytime soon. Yeah, Keep It Simple D4. Yeah, that's actually the book. It's funny that you've mentioned it. Keep It Simple is actually a book that was recommended to me by a good friend of mine, who is not a title player, but he's a chess teacher. He's a chess coach. He teaches chess in schools, and I actually asked him like, what would you suggest for the beginners in terms of opening prep, and he told me, okay, yeah, Keep It Simple D4, Keep It Simple E4. Those books are pretty good because they don't go into as much detail about the opening specifics, and it's not, you won't probably you won't find like 30 move lines backed up by the engine, but what you will find is the generic ideas of the opening, where the pieces usually go, how to fight against your opponent's plans, so stuff that even the beginners could possibly grasp. So I am standing by Caracan 717 suggestion. If you're interested, Joel B12, you could definitely check those books out. They're fairly cheap, about I think maybe 12, maybe $13. You can get them on Amazon, and I feel like it would be a good investment for you to, even if you don't end up working as them right now, then sometime in the future when you get a bit more comfortable with how chess works, you could give them a shot. Board disappeared. It's back now. I'm not sure what happened. I think I know what happened. My apologies. I've accidentally minimized the window. I should never do that. The streaming inexperience is coming into play. And Bishop G5 was played. So Gukesh is indeed following the Magnus's game. So in Magnus's game, his opponent, Maxima Shelagrov, responded with knight to d7, offering a bishop trade, which then promptly happened. And yeah, this position is quite unusual, since Black is giving up the d5 square control so early. Usually, the way I'm used to seeing Black play this is by going bishop e6 and kind of just trying to stop the invasion of the d5, which doesn't seem to be the case here. Oh, by the way, I think I don't have. Wait. I have a weird thing happening here where the eval bar is not once again is not showing up. Oh, okay, it's because I need to actually turn on the engine analysis once again. Per our policy, I cannot see the engine suggestions. All I can see is the evaluation bar, just like you guys. So if we suffer, we will suffer together. Having to find the reasons for why certain positions are good, bad, or equal. Yeah, did you try turning it off and back on again? Yes. Said every IT guy ever. Okay. So once again, pretty interesting opening choice here by Gukesh. Let's see how it pans out for him. Moving on to board number 2. Okay, so I think I've seen this position before. Yeah, this position is Queen's Gambit accepted. An opening that used to be quote unquote a pet opening of mine. I play this as Black still, even to this day. I would sometimes play Queen's Gambit accepted. Pretty decent opening. The idea is that we as Black quickly accept the pawn sacrifice. Since Queen's Gambit is called a gambit for a reason. White does offer a pawn for free, well, at least for a little while, until White successfully recaptures it back. And yeah, actually, surprisingly, we don't see the move a6 being played. So the way I would normally play the Queen's Gambit accepted is by playing a6, trying to go for b5, bishop b7, getting my bishop out as quickly as possible. But that's not what Prague is doing. He's going for knight c6, kind of delaying the development of the light squared bishop, which is not a bad thing, I think. Like a6, b5 is available most of the time. You can maybe sometimes even save a couple of tempi by playing b6, bishop b7, and that's okay too. Okay, but here we just see a transposition. Queen e to a6 was played. rook d1, b5, and rook d1, b5. Interesting. So I guess, yeah, I guess it still makes perfect sense here. Black is getting to castle the next move. Although white did end up playing a4, capture, capture, short castle, and it looks like this is still all well within the normal opening development for both sides. And why can we not take on a6? Bishop takes a6 has been played once before, and white actually lost the game after black's queen b6, you know, making a good use of the fact that the bishop is currently pinned, so white has to retreat to b5, defending the a4, and after rook takes a4, bishop takes a4, bishop a6. I guess, although black is down a pawn, but you know they have a pretty strong counterplay, and the pawn is actually not gonna get to move anywhere on the b file. I would still expect this to be in white's favor though, because you know a pawn is a pawn, and white doesn't really have any weaknesses, but somehow, yeah, looking at the eval bar, we see that white actually doesn't really have much to hope for, and yeah, actually no. Now I'm beginning to see it. Yeah, now I'm beginning to see that there's some inconvenience. Like white pieces are kind of really awkwardly placed here. The bishop on c1 is not moving away. You know, b3, playing b3 can lose games on the spot. I guess it's because of knight e4. Oh, that's funny. You know how to how to get your queen trapped 101. If you look at that. So interesting. Looks like white didn't bite and played bishop d2, which is supposedly the best move here for white. With black responding with a wide range of moves ranging anywhere from bishop b7 to queen b6 to even bishop e7. It's actually funny to see the bishop retreating like that. Bishop e7 was played, and actually in one of the most recent games between Kazin and Popov, which once again is one of the better moves black can make, I guess, just to make sure the bishop doesn't get pinned on the c-file, and also from e7 is going to be providing extra protection to the f6 knight, especially since white just went ahead and played bishop c3 right away, and after h6, finally white went for the capture, queen b6. It looks like black is just baiting white into taking the a6 pawn most of the time, kind of hoping for this structure to occur. And you know, yeah, looks like, you know, two things combined, right? White's pieces unable to move out, and the b2 pawn essentially just being a dead weight makes it okay. Although once again, if white is careful, they should never ever lose this, and the best black will probably hope for is just regaining the pawn eventually, which, based upon the eval bar, is the most likely scenario. So a very safe opening choice by Prague. He should be doing well here. Board 3. Okay, this is Petrov, where white decides to go all out and goes for the long castle. Essentially just saying that, oh well, let's castle in opposite directions and let's play for real. Since Petrov is such a, you know, solid opening, white is having none of it. They say, okay, let us dance. Let us dance. White is gonna start advancing on the king side. Although white should be paying some attention to their king side as well, because I think, as far as I remember, there is this line where black quickly gets the queen out, and then potentially, in some cases, black may also launch attack, you know, pawn attack of his own, which doesn't seem to be the case in this game, as Bu Zhangji plays with bishop d7, which hasn't been played before. So bishop d7 is a novelty. It took him a minute. To play bishop d7, but looks like it's still one of the better moves out there. I guess g4 runs into bishop c6. Very unfortunate pin, forcing white pieces to go back, and that's not what you're looking for during the attack, right? You want your bishop to stay on d3. Somehow bishop e2 is not the best. Maybe queen e2. Yeah, queen e2, but now the queen is very, very awkwardly placed, standing in the x-ray of the black rook on the e-file. So bishop d7 is a good move, right? It's a developing move. It's a preventative move. It doesn't allow white to play g4 for free. So instead, white goes for the normal development with rook h to e1, c5. Okay, so Bu is spending quite a bit of time here. I wonder if it's because he's trying to remember his prep, or if he's just winging it. And wait, what's happening? Am I hearing my neighbor's phone going off? That's hopefully you guys can't hear it, but that's weird. Uh, the 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 you know, my apartment's walls are pretty good in terms of being soundproof, and me being able to hear my neighbor's phone going off like this is kind of unusual. But yeah, once again, hopefully the stream can't hear it. It's quite loud. Just winging it against Eric guys, it seems like a bad idea. Not necessarily. You know, if you force your opponent to play chess early on, as in if you get them out of their prep, get them out of their comfort zone, you know, good things will sometimes happen to you, because Eric guys is just as much of a human being as all of us are. He does screw up in unknown situations, you know. But obviously for that, there needs to be some kind of difficulty for him to make mistakes. And here, actually, yeah. So now looks like they transpose. So bishop d7, and then c. I guess black begins with c5 oftentimes. And here after rook h c1, c5 is now a transposition into the lines where black goes c5 and move 11. So it makes sense now. So Eric guys, he played bishop g5. Once again, g4. G4 is no good. Maybe because, once again, probably because of bishop c6, and now there's some annoying knight e4 stuff since the f3 knight becomes loose. Knight h4, once again, is probably not gonna fly. Knight e4, knight takes g4. There's a whole bunch of things black can do here. Somehow there's a big advantage here somewhere. Oh, maybe it's because there's this tactic c4, distracting the bishop from defending the e4, and now knight e4 is a double attack. So looks like this way of playing prevents white's pawn advance on the king side, which is cool. That's something that black usually can't avoid. And yeah, I see it's actually like so safe that black even feels like playing a move like h6 is totally fine. I would assume it wouldn't be fine, especially because white has shown, you know, intention of advancing here. So playing h6 just creates a hook for the white pawns, and yet a very quick decision to play h6. The trade happens in bishop e4. Makes sense, right? Attacking the b7, attacking d6 looks like white is about to win material, but you know, giving up the bishop pair could mean that white has to be careful about the safety of their own king, especially because this position has some possibilities for the bishop pair, especially if these pawns get breached. Nevertheless, there has been a game here already back in 2018 where black played this move bishop c6. Does this save material? Wait a minute. Takes? I guess the idea is that we're going to be taking on e1, because if we don't, then I guess d6 will just fall. So probably rook takes e1. What if knight takes e1? Knight takes e1, bishop b takes c6, queen takes d6. How is this equal? c6 is hanging. Queen a5. I thought queen a5 maybe freeing up the d8 square for the rook and hitting the a2, but then just queen c6, and white should have enough time to defend the a2 pawn, maybe just by playing a3 even. So that shouldn't be the case. What if the check? Checking also doesn't seem very useful. Obviously, if white goes f4, it now all works out massively in black's favor. But needless to say, that would have never happened. It's just king b1. And white is yet again up a pawn. So what's the big deal here? In the game, black played queen b6, which appears to be the correct move. Was this a correspondence game? Both players are rated over 2500 in this game. Maybe they just both knew what's happening. So knight d3 was played, rook d8. I mean, they're both just following the best line so far. c4, knight e5, rook take. Okay, well now I can see it. This is just, yeah, this is just okay, right? Take on b2 immediately, or first take on e5 and then take on b2. Or actually, well, actually black doesn't even take on b2, they take on f2. But, you know, needless to say, regaining the material balance, going into the queen endgame, which in by itself is going to be so tough for white to win, even if white is up material right now. Looks like black is doing well. So once again, bishop e4. Here, Bull would have to find bishop c6, given that he doesn't know. And Erigaisi seems to be still in his opening prep, solely based upon how much time he has spent for these moves. Maybe he has some kind of surprise along the way in that line. But yeah, most of Erigaisi's games I've seen so far, it's basically just him just out preparing his opponents and then outplaying them in positions that he is clearly more comfortable with. In computer chess, free pawn is never free. I mean, I guess it depends on the position, obviously. Hello to the YouTube people. What about, so Just Harp is asking, what about the requirements of a good chessable course? I've heard they can accept good courses from other players, and as a Lichess study creator, I have ideas. I mean, once again, because I've never really looked into it, I wouldn't be too confident to tell you what the requirements are for making a chessable course. Once again, you would have, like, it probably would have to be a conversation between the course creator and the chessable itself, you know. And I mean, obviously you're probably expected to be qualified in terms of play strengths and I guess your past experience creating chess content, maybe. And then, you know, just a general stuff like making sure your content is sound, you know, checking everything with an engine when needed and stuff like that. That's what I would expect. Ahmad Vicious Gukesh was up against Ding. I'm pretty sure you're not alone. I'm pretty sure most people were looking forward to their game, and unluckily for us, wasn't meant to be. China knows Ding would get crushed by Gukesh. Does Erigaisi train against weaker computers? So, training against engines is not an unusual training technique. Speaking from experience, because when I would still study at Webster, that's a pretty common training routine. That was a pretty common training routine for grandmasters. We would mostly try to play winning positions against engine. And I'm not talking like against a weaker Lichess engine. I'm talking about a strong stockfish that was rated like 3,300 back in the day. And we would obviously just fail most of the times, and the goal was to at least start making draws consistently. So getting a winning position, playing a winning position, something like a +2 advantage or +1.5 advantage against an engine, and making sure that you at least get draws consistently for a couple of games in a row. Because even if you're winning against an engine, and as long as it's not like an obvious win where you're up a piece or up a queen, which it's still going to be tough to beat an engine in pretty much any position. But the obvious wins didn't count. We would play positions that are winning strategically, winning maybe because we have an extra pawn or something, but it would still be very, very, very challenging to beat an engine. I'm pretty sure that I've never, either never or maybe I've beaten an engine maybe once. But it's tough. It trains excellence. You're learning how to be precise, because one single inaccuracy and you're out, kind of. People usually are, even the strongest players in the world are usually, they're really good at punishing the smallest mistakes, but I would say they're not as good at it as engines. So training for it definitely helps, especially on that level, I'm sure. Moving on to Wang Yu versus Harikrishna Pentala, we see an Italian game. Looks like nothing out of ordinary. This is the Italian game I'm very used to seeing. I've actually played this one myself. I think here I played Move Knight F1. This was one of my most quote-unquote most recent Italian games, which happened about a year ago. I played it in a round 2 of Fall Classic Invitational, I think, here in St. Louis. But here it seems that Wang Yu has prepared the move d4, which is a main line. I played Knight F1 since my bishop wants to come out either way, and d4 is easily available to me at pretty much any point. So Wang plays d4, and yeah, black has overall pretty decent results here. Once again, very simple play here for black. Just kind of turtle up, play something like c6, h6, followed by moves like queen e7, bishop e6. It's once again very hard for white to break through. Black does lack space more often than not, but because it didn't have weaknesses, it's still tough for white to do much about it. Okay, h6 was played. Here, white sometimes plays bishop b3, even bishop f1 has been tried quite a few times, and I guess the idea is that it frees up the c4 square for the knight. Knight coming to c4 will help white attack the e5, and also then potentially is going to go to e3 and then to f5 or d5, depending on what's available. So makes sense. White also has tried a5, just kind of expanding on the queen side, taking away a bit more space from black pieces. It's going to be a slower game, as most Italians and Ruy Lopez's go. So we'll see. On the board 2, we have Hungary versus Lithuania, and and Richard Report is not disappointing, as he is going for some bizarre, Indian defense lines once again against Grandmaster Titas Trimavicius, whom I faced multiple times, as he was also, he was also going to school here in the US. I'm not sure, but he probably has graduated by now. But once again, I'm not quite sure if whether he decided to stay in the US or whether he went back home to Lithuania. Once again, very unusual. This looks like Jabava London, right? If white goes bishop f4, now kind of. I wouldn't say it's a one-to-one resemblance, but bishop in d7 makes everything look strange, as the bishop doesn't usually get developed to d7. Oh, at the same time, black did manage to win the tempo, right? So because black played bishop f5, and then white forced the bishop all the way back to d7. I wonder if Titas would be okay with a draw. So I wonder if he would go for a threefold had Richard played bishop f5 again. I would probably say it's very likely. After d5, queen d3, e6, e4. Once again, by move 7 we already have, by move 6 in fact, we already had 0 games in the database, so now this is a completely unexplored territory for both players. Now it's actually giving off huge defense vibes, and a pretty good one French defense to that, because I think after the capture, black can get the bishop out to c6 right away, and if anything, wait, actually, what's a big idea? Let's say go back and, oh yeah, because white can still take with the queen as the b7 is hanging, but oftentimes these positions, despite how the ancient would always show that, oh, white is slightly better because white has a bishop pair, but black has no weaknesses, and maybe black could even go for some fianchetto, some random fianchetto on g7, you know, building up a strong pawn chain against white's light squared bishop. All right, so this game is unusual, but that's most of Richard Report's games, I would say. Let's see how it goes for him. Once again, I don't mind black's position at all. The funny thing is that now allowing e5 is gonna be awkward, because in normal advanced French structures, the d7 square is unused. So against e5, the knight is usually able to retreat to d7. Now that's not the case. So I feel like we are more likely to see the capture. And black is gonna disallow the e5. Although here after c5, white can even take on d5, take on c5, and d5 is actually kind of weak. And yeah, as I pointed out, we do see the capture. We see it for a different reason, other than the one I just stated, because, you know, while e5 was a potential threat, it's probably not what black was more, you know, the most worried about. Knight e4, and once again, probably another capture followed by bishop c6, or maybe even bishop c6 right away is also more than fine for black. In French, one of the most worrisome problems that black has is the development of the light squared bishop here. The bishop manages to come out to c6 relatively quickly, and so black should be doing fine. Also, once again, whenever you analyze these French defense positions with an ancient will always be showing that white still has like a little bit of pressure going on, which is probably true, but in my experience, it usually is not enough for white to convert it into anything substantial. As once again, black has a pretty safe position with pretty much no issues. So moving on, let's see Peter Leko's game. Okay, so that's already an interesting opening choice by a Lithuanian grandmaster, Potinavicius Paulius. Okay, that's a name that's hard to pronounce. Probably butchered it, but almost sounds like his name almost sounds like an ancient Rome's ruler's name of some sort. You know, Putinevicius Polius. Kind of sounds noble. Anyway, we have Rosalimo here, black playing e6, and I have a weird love-hate relationship with this line. I tried it myself a couple of times with black, didn't work out. I tried playing against it as white, also didn't work out. So I don't know what to do when I play it as black, and I don't know what to do against it when I play it with white. So not quite sure how to properly play these positions, but they just look weird to me. The bishop looks dead, as you know, to make this whole thing work, black would have to break through the pawn chain somehow with c4, and oftentimes it just doesn't work. So here we see actually quite a few games, but like no games from grandmasters. A bunch of draws between, you know, played between players rated approximately 2400 on both sides, and black mostly plays knight f5 here, which sees white responding with c4. And yeah, once again, the engine says not a big deal, but I'm very uncomfortable. I look at this, I see the bishop on c8, and I'm just like, and I'm hating my life here. The piece is not coming out pretty much ever. Yes, the structure is safe, the structure is solid, but you know, the c5 can actually become a target where white goes ahead and begins annoying it with the light pieces. And once again, the bishop on c8. So yeah, not a big fan. Is Eric and Gauri not commentating? So Eric and Gauri will be commentating for you guys over the weekend, and I'm here on weekdays. So Gukesh versus Wei was requested, and I believe that this is the last point that we've seen where Gukesh played bishop g5. There were only a couple of games. Magnus's game against Maxim Shagraf went with knight d7, and the other game black played knight d4. But castle is you know, is a novelty, if you may call it one, even though the move just makes perfect sense, right? Just castling the king. And here, yeah, Gukesh quickly took on f6, securing the control over the d5. Once again, the only problem with controlling the d5 is that it's tough. It's very tough to keep the light piece on d5, as black will eventually find ways to kick it out or trade it away, since black still has more than enough light pieces to take care of it. It would be nice if white could just magically transfer this knight somewhere to e3, and then not suffer the consequences of bishop g5 pinning the knight. But yeah, what I'm trying to do here is just simply, I'm trying to provide more protection to my knight on d5. If that could be done, then we could say that white has some advantage. But here, as it's physically impossible to bring this knight over, I guess, yeah, since white just played queen d2, I guess that's not the plan, as we can see. I wonder if g6 bishop g7 could be something black will look into, followed by knight e7. Right, because I'm trying to play knight e7 and I can't, because my bishop is getting unprotected if I do, and obviously this is not ideal. It's not a substantial advantage, but it's a weakening. It's a really weak kingside pawn structure, and black will never ever willingly go for something like this unless there's absolutely nothing else they can do. And white having pretty much zero threats right now definitely means that black can take his time, maybe, you know, secure the bishop and then follow this up with knight e7, making sure the knight doesn't stay on d5 for too long. That would be my guess. But let's see how Wei deals with these issues. Once again, it's tough for black to finish developing, right? Because f6 bishop is always under attack. Taking on d5, probably not ideal, right? Because now, as soon as you take on d5 yourself, you can never get rid of the bishop, right? You can never get rid of this bishop, even if it's attacked. Like black can play an e7. B7 is not hanging. Well, it is hanging, but black will be taking the missing pawn right back. White is not going to take, so white is just going to bring the bishop back to b3, and now the bishop is going to keep annoying black on this diagonal. This is why I would like to rather play an e7 and try to keep the bishop on e6, if that's what it takes for me to trade all the white pieces. Okay. This Lithuanian team seems quite good considering none of their players are very famous. Yeah, they are they're playing on top boards. They've been doing quite well, you know, and I think the average rating of their players is actually quite low, if I'm not mistaken, because Tita Stremovic is approximately 2550, right? If we go back here, he's 2527. So I think on average, okay. So yeah, going back to this game, looks like Richard is following my suggestions. Obviously, I'm so great. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, sometimes. But it makes a lot of sense to just getting the bishop out on c6. He'll probably not take on f3. That would be my guess. So white's likely gonna play, let's say, back to d3, and then knight d7 will happen, and then we'll see the normal development from both sides like this. Because if you think about it, capture on f3 is going to be available to black most of the time. But I wouldn't be surprised to see black never take, and then maybe securing the bishop all the way back on b7 like so, followed by the c5 breakthrough, is also a very common plan in these French defense structures. But yeah, here the Lithuanian team is a pretty big rating underdog, which once again doesn't mean much, as you know, as they have shown the ability to hold their ground against most teams that are higher rated than them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be playing board 2 right now. Let's see what's happening on their board 3. So we have a Slav that then quickly transposed into some kind of English opening, and yeah, black Ferenc Berkash played e6 here, which makes g6 a bit less inviting. But not managing to find a better word to explain that if you have played g6, showing your intention of developing the bishop to g7, so showing the intention to fianchetto, oftentimes you're not going to end up playing e6 immediately after, because now if you play bishop g7, which once again is your original intention, you're exposing yourself on this diagonal, which shouldn't be a big deal, because if anything, let's say if white tries for queen a3, black can just block the diagonal with knight e7 or with queen e7 even. So it shouldn't be a big deal, but it just seems a bit counterintuitive. In this case, e6 is essentially a claim that, oh well, this move queen a4 requires me to act immediately, because if black literally does anything else, maybe except for d4, then white will take on d5, and white will remove one of black's strong central pawns. So now white naturally will have a stronger center, as these guys will eventually get all the way up to d4 and e4, giving white some reasonably strong space advantage. So I guess that's why Ferenc says, okay, I'm going to go ahead and play e6. If you take on d5, I'll take back with an e-pawn, and my pawn kind of stays on d5 and doesn't allow white to do any funny business in the center. Well, white just said, okay, doesn't matter. I'm just gonna do the normal thing, so both sides develop. Once again, having the pawn on e6 here feels a little bit strange, as it also closes down the bishop, but nothing, too out of place. Rook e8 comes in, potentially preparing the e5. Once again, it is black wasting a move, right? Since black has played e6, but if you think about what white has done, right? White played queen a4, queen c2, also wasting a tempo. So pretty normal. Both sides have wasted the tempo, and here white is going to be trying to prevent or postpone e5. Ferenc says no, excuse me, but I would still like to play e5 here. It would be funny to see bishop d6. Yeah, I mean, okay. I mean, the move in itself doesn't do anything. It's just kind of funny to me to see the bishop going into the d6, and you know, can stay there, can go back to a3. Looks like that's not what white did though. White went ahead and took on d5, and now obviously I think e takes d5 is gonna come through. And yeah, actually I like black's position here since it's relatively simple for them to finish developing. Knight is gonna go away, bishop is coming out. A very, very strong pawn chain available to black. We may end up seeing a pawn minority attack, like something like knight c3, b4, a4, or potentially knight d2, e4 is another common plan what usually goes for in these types of structures, just trying to remove the pawns from the center and open up their bishops. Let's go ahead and take a look at Vietnam versus Iran. Lim seems to be doing quite well. Looks like he is once again quite well prepared. So Lopez, the Berlin defense structure, and yeah. So here, I think I've seen games where black postponed the castle and then eventually went for some kind of aggressive attack on the king's side, but that was this the line queen e7? No, this is not it, because after knight c4 g5 is just not, it's not happening. Okay, so this was probably in some kind of different line, but once again Lim doesn't think that it's necessary to get out of line as black. He's gonna likely try to hold his opponent for a draw. Finishes developing, and at this stage looks like Maksudlu Parham is or might be kind of out of the book, especially after Lim's next move, bishop b4, which avoids the bishop trade. Rook g1, b5. Okay, so a lot of action immediately. Rook g1, very clear with what it's trying to do, trying to expand on the king's side. And once again, you don't see this very often. Attacking on the same side, attacking when kings are on the same side is not a usual strategy for most opening lines. But here, Parham makes a decision. The usual plan for white here would be moving the knight back and going for the f4 breakthrough, kind of trying to open up the f file, reduce black's impact in the center by trading the f pawn for the e pawn, and yet yeah, rook g1 came through after a deep thought. So here Parham spent over 20 minutes coming up with the move rook g1. There has been a game played in this position between no other than Vishwanathan Anand and Vladimir Kramnik, where Anand did end up playing knight fd2 and b5 did go through. Surprisingly, this is what happened. We can see a whole bunch of unusual trades taking place, where supposedly white is doing quite well. The pawn on d3 seems annoying. It looks like we cannot easily deal with it because, you know, the bishop is quite a powerful defender, and yet I said f3, but no, h3 was played, and yet looks like white has a pretty steady advantage, and eventually Anand did end up beating Kramnik in this game. Rook g1 once again is an unusual attempt, but let's see how it works out for Parham. Lim was probably aware of this b5 breakthrough plan, so he plays it fairly quickly after only thinking for about 5 minutes. And yeah, Arham is falling behind on time, 10 minutes below Lim's clock. There's always a drawback of going for unusual plans like these because it definitely has a potential of throwing off your opponent, because the plan in itself is it exists, but it's very rarely tried by white. But this is a pretty big investment. So if white leaves his queenside unattended, chances are that there'll be consequences, right? Bishop a6 takes, maybe the pawns will keep moving. We'll see. This game is in its early development stages, but I would say that there is potential for a lot of action to happen in this game, so we'll definitely get back to it. Per usual, if you guys manage to find some interesting games, get them over my way, and we're gonna take a look at them together. Board 4, Vietnamese player goes for a safe-looking London. I've played this one myself a couple of times. It's okay. It's very very safe, but black rarely has much to worry about. No light squared bishop, safe pawn structure, possibilities for playing on a queen side, and yet white usually has fairly decent results, especially because it's easier for white. Naturally, it's easier for white to play on the king side here. So let's see. I think this was a very smart choice by the Vietnamese team, or by the Vietnamese player himself. Gonna be very tough for black to win here. Once again, any advancement attempts could lead to disaster, like playing e5 most of the times will lead to black just having an isolated pawn on d5, so this breakthrough is almost never tried by black. Well, not almost never, I guess it could be tried, just not in this situation where black has traded a whole bunch of white pieces already. But b5, b4 is I would say the more likely scenario. At the same time, white will most definitely try their luck on the king side. Yeah, this is why you see the rook e3 coming out. Potential for some, doubling action on the e file, and then follow through with looks something like this with rook g3. I guess queen moving out of the way, maybe then even f4, f5. So white is going to be mostly focused on the king side play here. I wish there was a dedicated Kramnik cam. Can you analyze? Okay, can you analyze board for Vietnam? Well, I didn't see the message how long, but yeah, here you go. That was just completely completely random. It is time for procedure. That sounds like hospital talk. Wait, is it actually what I sound like? That's a disaster. Anyway, taking a look at Netherlands versus Serbia, and wow, what are we looking at here? What is happening? What's in French? Excuse me? How did that happen from French? Well, I mean, chess is full of surprises. Okay, so here we have another variation of French defense. I personally never played bishop before in French. I would always either take on e4 or play knight f6, just because I was kind of uncomfortable playing positions where my king side is very susceptible to being attacked by the white pieces, and it's hard for me to be safe at all times. Like it'll always be something that annoying that's happening to my king side, and I would always be very uncomfortable having to think about what's next. Like what's my opponent gonna try next? Never felt safe, but yeah, but this line is oh, okay, makes sense. This is how it happened. Queen d3 and then knight e2. Isn't knight e2 here a main line? In fact, Anish played this one himself against Magnus back in 2018. The game ended in a draw after knight c6, f4. But yeah, they're just still following the main line here. D takes c3 is one of the possibilities of bishop d7 being a pretty good alternative. But yeah, this is a I remember learning about this line when I was like 7 years old. Like this line has been there forever. You know, many elite players tried their luck playing here from both sides, and the results are relatively even. Was mostly draws being played here, and you look at it, you look at this position, and you kind of start questioning how does chess really work. And it was a draw when Anish was playing as white. Yeah, it's unusual. I know Anish. No, we need to give Anish some credit. Like I feel bad for how community receives Anish's performance. We need to remember that Anish probably among the top 10, top 15, top 20 players, Anish has been constantly in top 20 for many years now, right? It's the kind of performance that not many people can talk about, right? Even the strongest players were falling in and out of the top 20, and now the current world champion, as we all know, has fallen out of the top 20 with his most recent loss. But Anish has been very consistent, and despite the fact that he is known for his relatively solid play, I feel like he needs to be praised for his consistency and a high level of play. You know, he doesn't make many mistakes, he doesn't lose many games, and it's, you know, on that level, it's something to be proud of, I would say. Okay, so this game went in a different direction, where we see an endgame right away. Alexander Pretke is no longer in his opening prep. Funny, king d7. But it's an endgame, so why not? Yet again, for somebody who is not an opening adept, I guess is a word here, like myself, this looks weird, extremely weird. I see this and I'm like, okay, well, white must be better here. Bishop pair, black having really strangely placed pieces on the queen side that are yet to come out. White has a pass pawn on the h file already. Actually, here there was only one game played in this position where white played h4 after a6, knight c3. The knight got successfully retreated all the way back. Maybe it's gonna go up to e4 and g5, maybe to e4 and f6 then. But yeah, it just feels like white is in a good shape here, especially because now with this pawn chain being very annoying for the bishop, white has a simple way of breaking through with c3. So and yet the engine says no, it's all good. Black is fine. Don't worry about it. So yeah, Alexander Pretke already down over half an hour on the clock by move 16. Now the move 16, you know, the fact that they are at move 16 right now makes it less likely that Pretke will get into time trouble, as this is an endgame, and it shouldn't be hard to play this with white or with black. So I feel like This is going to be one of the games where both players will not be in time pressure. Yo, yeah, do you still have the teddy bear? I do, but it's not here with me. It's back home. Why does Lichess not run ads in the YouTube channel? Well, that's awesome. What? Don't ask that. Otherwise, they'll change their mind. Anywho, let's just close my eyes, randomly scroll, and click. Whose game is that? It's Turkey versus Chile. Board number 3. Let's take a look. Black already having a small advantage. Was this? I thought this was going to be a Nimzo, but no, it's London. I thought it was Nimzo. No, but it was me, London. Okay, I guess London can transpose into any opening. And yeah, I would be happy to see this as white, especially because d5 is easily available. I do know that playing d5 is really good most of the time, as it's completely locking in the black's light squared bishop. So, okay, wait a moment. Knight e4, and supposedly white is meant to take here and then go knight d2. Yeah, that's the line. Black's bishop goes all the way back, and now bishop f3 has been tried many times. Bishop takes, knight takes. These squares are not exactly something black will be proud of, but you know, it's not too bad as the light squared bishops are not currently present, so black seems to be having pretty good results here. And after knight e4, well, would you look at this? Okay, neither one of the players has made any kind of inaccuracies in my mind. Maybe here, taking with the queen, but once again, taking with the queen is unpleasant, as you're going to be in the x-ray, and then black also has e5 here. What happens if your white just takes? Oh. I know I didn't. Okay, wait a minute. And then the knight is hanging. Okay, so this line is just bad. I saw that black is completely winning, and I'm trying to see how. Takes. Oh, wait, this is just easy, right? Because if white doesn't take, e4 is coming in, and if white takes, the knight is not getting out. Okay, yeah. All right, I need to work on my tactics clearly. So I guess that's why white didn't take back with a queen, but took back with a pawn. And take a look at this. This is essentially how easy it is to get a pretty bad position as white. Because now black plays e5, and here white will always be discouraged from playing d5 for the rest of the game, right? And if you don't play d5, the bishop will be annoying you forever. If you do play d5, you end up giving away the amazing outpost in c5 to your opponent's knight. And that's a common thing. It's a common thing you would see in Nimzo, in the classical Nimzo lines, where black trades off their bishop for the knight on c3, forcing white to capture back with a pawn. And here, black did that and managed to maintain the bishop intact. So very good position here for black. a4 came in. Black responded with a5, making sure that the pawn doesn't get to trade itself out. It's a good idea for black to do that, because this is the pawn that's separated from the crowd. So if white manages to trade it away with a5, it's going to be a bit easier to manage the remaining weakness, which is the double pawns on the c file, right? It's just going to be the only thing for white to worry about. But now, the a4 pawn is an additional island. It will become a target for black pieces eventually. So that's why white tried trading it away, got denied with a5, and now black is going on the offensive here. King h8, f5, very pleasant position for black here after bishop f3, e4 has been played, pushing the bishop all the way back to e2, and black is just going to keep going. Black is not going to stop, gotta go fast. Goes for g5 probably. I would be okay. No, it just goes for rook a to e8, which makes sense, bringing the rook closer. I'm not quite sure what the rook is going to be doing on e8, except for discouraging the f3 breakthrough. Right. So thinking about what white can possibly do here is nothing really comes to my mind except for f3, because otherwise the position is extremely locked in, and black will just keep advancing on the king side. With white essentially just having nothing to show for it. So maybe rook a8 is a useful move. It's kind of anticipating the f3 breakthrough. Let us take a look at the women's teams. Okay, this is Rogozin, yeah. I have had this position before. Yeah, transposition into Rogozin. Started off as Nimzo, boom, Rogozin defense after black goes for d5. And yeah, very common line here, where black gets to play e5, making sure the bishop is coming out. Well, not anymore. The funny thing is that it can now transpose into exchanged French. If black takes on d4, white takes back with a pawn, and that's going to be a very common position for exchange French. So it's funny how you always have a chance of transposing into e4 openings by playing d4 openings. Doesn't seem like either player is interested in trying that. So we see black beginning the expansion on the queen side with b5. As far as I remember, this plan would work better if black managed to play e4. If me remembering my analysis works out properly, but that's not a guarantee. But I vaguely remember that if black manages to play e4 and kind of make sure that the pawn structure gets locked in, then expanding with b5, b4 applies additional pressure and discourages white pieces from getting transferred towards the king side, where essentially they might get some issues with their king, right? After e4, knight would go back here. Obviously, e4 doesn't work, right? So that's why I'm kind of like trying to see what black could do instead. Maybe just rook e8 and then try for e4. Obviously, e4 immediately just gives up a pawn, so that's no good. And yet, yeah, Nana Zagnidze is very aggressive here with this b5. It could backfire, right? Obviously, these early pawn advances could backfire because they are naturally very weakening to the position of the player who is trying to go for this. Specifically, the square on c5, let's say, who should be taken care of by black. Otherwise, white will eventually find a way to occupy it. Maybe bishop a2 or bishop d3 would have been a bit more safe here. Well, with both players still thinking, I think bishop d3 is more likely to happen. It gives me an idea that this may happen. Oh no, this is not going to happen because b4 would be just a massive blunder, and black will. I guarantee you that black will play something like bishop b7 here, making sure the knight is not in the x-ray of the white queen. But knight e4 still remains a possibility. Actually, this is the best move here for white, and now looks like we have managed to transpose into a position where there has been a couple of games played and white won both. After h6, white can go ahead and take on e5. Knight takes e5, takes, and go knight c5, which actually exactly proves my point that now the c5 square becomes an issue. And also, as we can see from the eval bar, black is doing relatively fine. It would make me uncomfortable as black, knowing that I just allowed my opponent's knight to be placed in an amazing outpost like this. And the other game, in the other game, black actually took on d4, and after white recaptured back, black played h6. So this way, black ensured that white has an isolated pawn on d2, but looks like, once again, because the c5 square is a problem, black is actually significantly worse. And white won this game in Ilya versus Moiseyenko back from 2012. That's 12 years ago. When I look at Max Warmerdam in a moment, I see that that's been requested by YouTube. Can we check the US-Armenia women's match? You know what? Sure, let's do that first. Because we are already in the women's section, so it makes sense for us to check. And once again, my apologies, but I do not have the camera feeds for this match. For some reason, yeah, you know, it was skipped. And instead we have camera feeds for matches 6 and 7. This is board 1, where Gulruk Begim always had a hard time pronouncing her first name. She's playing Lilith Mkrichian. Okay, oh god. And we see Panov, right? We see Kara Panov. It got transposed into it, and yeah. So a main line would be knight c3, bishop g4, where there is this weird looking pretty much draw after something like this happens. And once again, these are all pretty much best moves for either side, and it ends up in this weird endgame where black has a passer, but it's weak when white has double pawns. But a pawn majority advantage on the queen side with roughly even game. So I guess this is why we see white going for h3 now, trying to avoid the well-known position that occurs in this bishop g4 line. Begim played a6, which probably is not necessary. She could have just went ahead and played g6, bishop g7, making sure that she is done with development. But looks like she has a different idea. Also here, once again, in this case, having the pawn on a6 kind of backfires because b6 becomes weaker. So looks like Begim was thrown off in the opening phase a little bit. Although she's not doing all that badly. Once again, it looks a little bit strange, but I guess we're gonna end up seeing the castle. Although, yeah, after castling, the white is gonna end up building this battery very quickly, and black might be in trouble. So if black doesn't castle, what does black do? Yeah, very unpleasant. Now as I'm thinking about it, an unpleasant position here for Begim. Obviously it's still just the beginning of the game, so anything can happen. But already Begim is finding herself in this unpleasant scenario where she cannot finish the development the normal way. Now she kind of has to reinvent the wheel and try to maybe even keep the king on e8 for a while, because otherwise, yeah, castling long also doesn't seem all that plausible, right? The b file is exposed. Yeah, not quite sure. I wouldn't be surprised if she just tries for developing the other pieces, maybe with bishop e6, queen d7. Yeah, so this board is not looking all that great. And board number 2 has Carissa was a big advantage in Italian game, no less. What was the surprise? So bishop g5, everything is still normal, everything is still in order. Black goes for a5, which is not a usual response. Pawn usually goes to a6, but a5 also makes perfect sense, kind of discouraging the b4. Carissa says, no, I've won before. Were you to stop me? But then eventually, as soon as black bishop moves out of the way, you see, maybe she didn't want b4, but maybe she just didn't realize she doesn't, because after a6, I think a3 is a pretty standard reaction, right? We're trying to make sure that a5 doesn't happen. So here, I think this is not the first time I've seen white play a3. I'm pretty sure I've analyzed, I don't exactly remember whose game that was, but I've seen c3, a3 being played. And after a5, it doesn't seem necessary to play a3, right? Unless you want to make b4 work, but this it doesn't seem to be the case, as we could see from the line that happened in the game. Like here, Carissa can't play b4. She doesn't have to, but she can, and she decides against it. Yeah, her opponent has really been really aggressive, like expanding so much. And yeah, needless to say, the early expansion for black may lead to exactly the opposite results, because now close to impossible to castle. You don't want to be on this side of the board. You have some issues with the center. f6 happened. I guess knight takes b6 is probably just going to come through, and then maybe queen b3, making sure that castling is physically impossible. With white maybe even trying for a long castle here. I actually wouldn't mind that. Long castle, trying to expose the d file like so. Yeah, pretty rich position here for Carissa. Let's see how she navigates through all the possibilities. Problem of choice is also a real thing, you know. If you have way too many good options, you may end up just getting a spinning head and going for something inferior as a result. So let's hope that that doesn't happen to Carissa. Yip yip hooray. Yeah, Carissa is cool. Wish her all the best. Alright, so here, Irina Crush playing the King's Indian, with her opponent going for a relatively rare sideline bishop g5, and Irina responds with c5. Kind of using the fact that taking doesn't really do anything for white, as the pawn is going to be recaptured right back, and black has a relatively simple development with just d6 bishop e6 or d6 bishop g4. So white doesn't bite, goes for d5, and this feels like a semi Benoni even, although it still says that we are in the King's Indian defense domain. But the structure begins looking more and more like Benoni, especially if black ends up playing e6 in the end of the day, and it looks like Irina does play e6, although right after including the f5, which may not be the best. Although yeah, f5 seems to be the main line, so it looks like both players are still in their opening prep. But black lagging behind with the queen's development, combined with the weaknesses on the light squares, kind of makes me a little bit icky about this position. Not sure about you guys, but it just feels wrong. Like even giving up a pawn like this, white just has so much play on the king side, you know. And if any danger ever occurs, white's game is gonna yeet itself out by castling long. So not sure. Yeah, not quite a big fan by Irina's opening choice here. But let's see. You know, it's a dynamic position. Maybe it's gonna work out for her. You never know. It seems unpleasant, but let's see how she navigates through it. Alice Lee. Big advantage against Anna Sargsyan. Okay, we see a lot of Rogozins in the women's section. It's a good opening. The here c5. Not something you see white do very often, because usually if c5 comes through, you want to be able to quickly advance on the queen side. And here, with white having the queen on b3, it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Also here, somehow Anna Sargsyan plays e4, maybe underestimates the knight capture on d5. Is this what she was going for? I wonder. Takes, and then takes the knight, and then queen takes f3. Because, yeah, I think trading queens is not in black's interest here, especially since the bishop is so stuck on b4. Like, it's actually really hard for black to save it, yeah? They would have to play a4, bishop a5. And this is quite literally one of the best lines for both sides. And what is going on? Okay, no, it just takes an a4. Yeah, this is not good, right? White has a rook and 3 pawns for 2 light pieces, and this is an endgame. So yeah, this just feels very unnatural. I mean, light pieces can do stuff, but all in all, that's probably not something black should have done. As it's a little bit counterintuitive playing against this many pawns. So let's see. Feels like a little slip up on Anna Sargsyan's end, and I'm not sure if she has any options here. Like if queen g6, there's knight e5, and this looks like it's just crushing. So the queen doesn't really do well on g6 per se. And if queen f5, still the same thing, knight e5, because there's always this fork on e7. So black's hands are tied. Like if queen e6, there's probably just knight c7 here. Yeah. So black has no choice. Black is forced into this line. That's really good news for Alice, I think, because she's gonna get to play a very comfortable endgame, which is very difficult to lose, and she's gonna just have a free shot at winning this game, which once again is amazing when you can get yourself into a position where you're not risking much, playing for 2 results. It's what it's called. I remember now. So if you're playing for 2 results, either you win or your opponent survives for a draw, it feels great, right? It feels fantastic. You're essentially having a free shot at winning, and that's what you want. Should have put hands in the open section for the US team. Yeah, yeah, a lot of people are saying that. A lot of friends of mine are saying that. So maybe next time. Okay, so what are the requests? So we have a Leko request to look at the Leko's game, but I'm pretty sure that people on YouTube were looking to look at the Netherlands match, and specifically at let me see if I can find it here, at Max Vermerdam's game. Let's see. So it looks like Queen's Gambit. Okay, it wasn't. It was Tarash. Okay, so nothing out of ordinary just yet. Both players are developing. The D pawn will most definitely be traded for the C pawn here, and we will have a pawn structure symmetry. Once again, so far this has been played many times before. Nothing is really happening in this game, I'm afraid. So it's very likely that we're going to end up seeing a lot more trades happening on the queen side, with these guys being gone after the trade. So yeah, this game unfortunately is heading into a drawish territory, I'm afraid. And really not much to be said, besides the fact that Max Vermerdam has essentially gotten off a successful opening line, and is currently having no problems. I would say that he is the one trying to pressure, as we can see from his last move a5. But once White's position is just way too solid. I wonder if White could get away with something like f4. I've tried winning positions like these with white, and it didn't end well. Actually, as a matter of fact, I've had an attempt to go for a plan like this against Titas Vicious a couple of years ago, and it was too much because I've made way too many weaknesses. Like, and tried for some crazy attack like this, and we see that white has a better idea of what needs to be done here. Looks like this trade will happen, and you know, once again, black has no problems. It's a pawn symmetry, but at the same time, it's hard to make progress for both sides. So we will probably see this ending in a draw at some point. Arjun Erigaisi didn't take the pawn on d6. Let's take a look. Yes, I think we've already kind of gone through this possibility, right? So queen a5 is one of the good moves apparently, because once again the only game that happened in this position was with bishop c6, where white did end up taking on d6, but apparently black has enough counterplay in the b file, and in the actual game, Arjun didn't take on d6, I guess because well, he probably is gonna. Queen takes a2 is not the move, surprisingly. Let's take a look at this together. I would expect this to be just lost, right? Because queen a1 is coming, and the black rook is taking care of the d file, so white would have to give up a queen here, and that's not ideal. So I would expect this to be the reason, but it looks like there's something even stronger here for black. Maybe just rook d8, and once again, same reasoning. The a2 is always under pressure. Black now begins having some discoveries that are tough to deal with. Maybe even bishop takes h3. So the queen is really misplaced on d6, and it can't easily return back, once again, because of the weakness of the a2. And the a2 is just such an important pawn for whites that, under no circumstance would they ever be willing to lose it. And yeah, that's probably why taking on d6 would be just a straight up mistake. But Arjun figures it all out, plays a3, which makes sense. King b1 feels like a safer choice, but in reality, white will probably end up having to play a3 anyway, unless there is bishop d5. I wonder, because this might actually be one of those cases where b5, b4 works out for black. And if not, then I'm actually not sure why black is not worse here. Right? White's queen is on d5 as an outpost. White's going to transfer the knight close by. What am I missing? Is this? No, of course not. I'm just checking, but there's no follow-up. I wonder we queen takes, a takes. Oh my god, we have a fist-like pawn structure. How many times have you guys seen or had a fist pawn structure in your games? Oh, the question was more referring to after black moves rook b8. Okay, so we didn't get there yet. But it looks like black will always just have some kind of compensation. Okay, so rook b8, and here Arjun could have taken on d6. Yeah, that seems to be possible. But maybe, okay, so maybe his reasoning is that taking on d6 essentially doesn't really do much for white, and what it does is that it potentially puts his queen and his other pieces under scrutiny, as it's relatively easy for black to just have something on d8. So just one of the black rooks will go to d8, and there might be some tricks, like let's say rook e d8 even. And yeah, while this is not a good move, as we can tell by the ancient eval, like now white has to calculate stuff like, let's say, bishop c3 here, which once again doesn't work. But look, if we imagine that we keep making bad moves for white, then it becomes apparent why it looks so scary, right? Because now the white king can't run away, like, at all. So the fact that white is beginning to get attacked, it makes people uncomfortable, right? And sometimes you just don't take unnecessary risks if you believe that your opponent has a substantial, attack going on, or the substantial attack that's about to take place. You don't want to encourage it by picking up pawns that don't really affect your well-being per se, right? The d6 pawn is a backwards pawn and close to impossible for the black to play d5, right? So why bother taking on d6 if it's not being used by black either way? So I guess that's why Eric Geisy played queen f4, kind of trying to avoid overly complicating the position by taking on d6. That would be my guess. Once again, it's easier to look at it, having the help from an engine, but practically speaking, I understand where he's coming from. What is going on in Christensen versus Horvath game? Locked India. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see India winning their match, but we'll have to see how that goes. Okay, so finally Arjun takes on d6, and now this way of capturing d6 makes a lot more sense to me, because why this is just a draw, or no, not this. Why is this equal? Like, why is threatening both bishops? Black allowing the bishop takes f6 feels fatal. It feels like black is just gonna die immediately. So I guess bishop e6 is probably the only move. The only move that's also incorrect. So I guess I'm once again not seeing the obvious. We'll take a look at Christensen versus Horvath's game in a moment. I'm just really trying hard to see what does black do now. If it's not bishop e6, because both bishops being attacked. Like, I don't want to lose either one. I don't want to allow the capture on f6, because it just feels like my king is dead if that ever happens. And I obviously would prefer not losing the bishop on d7. So what do? As a good friend of mine once said, what do? You guys have any ideas? I'm struggling here. Bishop takes c3 doesn't work. It's too slow. Bishop e6, bad for whatever reason. I'm also failing to see why bishop e6 would be bad for black. It looks normal. Is this why? No, it's not. Just take back with a pawn. There might be some magic here. There's no way it's back to d8. Yeah, this is just, it's out of the question. But what are the other moves I can make to defend myself against this very simple threat? Not this, because then white can take, and then there's a discovery against the b8 rook. Not this, because once again, you see, black is just dead. Look at this. It's just immediately over. How is this equal? How about something? This also makes zero sense. Black is down 2 pawns and is about to be down 3 pawns. Let's see. I need the help of grandmasters in the chat. How is this equal? I have no idea. I have no clue. I'm still looking. b4 is okay. People are saying b4. Oh my god, and they're right. Only move. Oh boy, I have my condolences to Book Zhangji having to understand that b4 is the only move to not lose the game on the spot. Oh boy. Oh well. I'm not even gonna try to figure out what's happening here. Oh my god, everything is hanging. But yeah, for people who believe that Petrov is a boring opening, just look at this game. This feels this position feels like it's Sicilian and not Petrov, right? pieces are about to start flying. Okay, so can't wait to see if Book Zhangji manages to find b4, because a more human way of playing would be obviously bishop e6, which seems to be once again okay, but it's probably just too slow in retrospect. Arjun gambling that he can confuse the 2700 into submission. Well, looks like his gamble has paid off multiple times in a row so far. So I think it's not a gamble anymore. Okay, so Prague has successfully made a draw against Yu Yangui. And okay, well, you know, good for both of them, I guess. A draw, once again, a draw with white pieces is not ideal at any point. So I hope that Yu Yangui knew something. Maybe he has this blind belief into his other team's ability to make stuff happen. But yeah, a risky decision. I would try. I would keep trying, but you know, it's a team event. A draw is better than losing. So I guess in this case, you decided that it's okay. Taking a quick one. What is it emote? Zafcat that's I have questions about that emote, but okay. Well, Sarah is entertaining in her own way. Okay, so what was okay? Yeah, Christensen versus Horvath. Let's take a look. It's cool that we're seeing so much action in the opening, as most of the games are still in their opening phases, and yet already a whole bunch of stuff is happening and a lot to look at. Okay, taking a look at this game. Haha! It's called a center game. Queen c4. I've never seen this before. So I know white goes queen e3. Actually, this was when I was like 5-6 years old. I would always try to trap people like this because there's this line where white goes e5, and supposedly black is actually doing quite well here, because if they play I didn't know that black does well after d5, but yeah, a lot of people would fall for this simple opening trap, and it just kind of wins the knight. It's up for a couple of pawns, but you know, wins the piece. Well, queen c4, that's not a very usual square for the queen to go to, and yet quite a few games. Vei played it against Karyakin back in 2019. Sataraman played it against Soa back in 2022. So quite a few people tried it, but I'm assuming most of these games were probably rapid blitz and bullet games and not classical. Yeah, the queen on c4. Wow. Would you look at this? Yeah, so just like in the queen e3 line, white is essentially just trying to quickly go for a long castle and begin advancing. On the king side, yeah, f3. Now this feels a little bit like Sicilian Knighter, for white also supports the e4 and helps themselves play g4 at the same time. But yeah, as we can see, the queen just doesn't. It's not good on e2. Oh, sorry, it's not good on c4. So just having moved the queen so many times, white is essentially down in development now. And black goes for the breakthroughs. d5, g5 happens, knight gets retreated to d7. Queen f2, yeah, it's just way too many, way too many queen moves here for white. And after queen f2, apparently there was some weird... Is this... No, right? The pawn is poisoned. Yeah, it must be poisoned. There's no way this is good for black to just take this pawn. Yeah, this knight h3, bishop d3. Yeah, this is just not cool. I was just wondering why all of a sudden it's giving -1 for black? Is it because d4? d4 is fine too. Takes. I'm just making moves here, just trying to check things out. Knight b4, a3 doesn't make much sense for black to play knight b4. Although here, wait a minute, c5. Ooh, would you look at that? I was just winging it, but apparently this is just a good knight king kind of situation. Once again, not surprised at all. Like, white is so behind in development. It's not surprising that they are lagging behind in their attack as well. And it looks like Dominic Horvath didn't quite feel the dynamicness of this, the dynamic nature of this position. So he just decided to go for once again a more timid line with knight b6, and not investing himself too much, because d4 once again is a big investment. If you play d4 and you're wrong, white will run you down, right? As we could see from our analysis just now, the black has a faster attack if had black committed themselves to d4. F8 file, very spicy. Yes, very spicy. Normally queen e3, exactly. My sweet Austrians. The center game is your favorite? Yeah, it could be quite dicey. The dynamo of the situation, noted? Dynamo. Can I watch the Algerian team? I indeed can. Algerian team, we will probably not find it on the first 25 boards, if I were to guess correctly. Wait, why is this? Okay, that's a little bit weird, the way it just kind of glitched out on me. But I'm pretty sure we're probably gonna find Algerian team, yeah, somewhere in the middle. And okay, so what's happened here? This is already basically an endgame. Algeria playing Cyprus. Also a pretty standard line in the Boga Indian. I always thought that black is tiny bit worse here. Knight goes back to d8, and now white eventually ends up taking on e6, and it didn't happen here. Interesting. Still, white a few games here. White playing c5 immediately, and then gaining pretty much full control over the c file. Also, black is showing some serious ability in fighting back for that sad c file, and after rook c8, what if we just say, oh, how about we just keep the file but lose the d5? Okay, well, yeah, okay. I take everything back. I have no idea what's going on. So how do we recapture? With a pawn! Oh my god. And this is +2? I must be just completely in the dark here. But excuse me, what in the world? How is this a +2 position? What? According to the engine, the black is almost lost here. Not having that many weaknesses, not having any serious problems with their position, and yet black is almost lost. Is it because the light squared bishop is not great? Like, how? Let's make a couple more moves. Queen c7. Oh my god, it's +4. Oh my god. How? This could probably be like a puzzle or something. Hello, can you watch the Malaysian team? Yes, right after we check out the games of the Algerian team, I'm going to move to the Malaysian team's games. But here, yeah, this is insanity. Like, I would have never guessed that it's so bad for black. c4 is not it. So how do we queen b5 maybe? Getting the queen in there. Queen d8, bishop e6. Okay, so I guess black's pieces are just majorly misplaced. That's why. Still, it's not obvious to me at all that this position is close to losing, and it was also not obvious to the player with white pieces because he took, and now somehow when white didn't recapture back with a pawn, but okay, to be fair, it's probably because white's bishop is no longer on this diagonal, cutting black's blood flow, if you will, on all these squares. So now black has a little bit more room to breeze. I guess probably because of maybe bishop f5 is going to happen. If anything bad ever happens, black will just nope it out. We'll go for g6 and begin turtling. Actually, turtling is not even the right word. Black can literally just do nothing and ask white, okay, how are you going to make progress? Yes, you have access to the weak light squares, but I have a knight and I'm not afraid to use it. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for white to win here. All right, so that's board number 1. Board number 2, Sicilian defense, and white goes for the sideline. In one of the sidelines in modern variation. I always thought that this is nothing special for white. Yeah, knight takes d7. But yeah, looks like white is has been able to apply. Oh my god, white spent 40 minutes for the move knight e4. Oh boy. That's not good. Looks like white is still maintaining some amount of pressure here, especially with the knight hovering over the d6. Though white was a bit too slow on that, and here black also spent, didn't black just spend, oh my god, black also spent about half an hour for move point f5. And honestly, probably practically speaking, this was a pretty cool choice, because yeah, white kind of got thrown off by this queen move, and played just normal chess, you know, good solid chess, where yeah, I think this is just what's going to happen. We're going to see a bunch of trades on e4. Black will go ahead and play rook d8. We're going to see a bunch of trades on the d file, and you know, yes, white has more space, the pawn is on e5, but no, black does not have enough weaknesses to lose here, so probably going to be just a draw. And here we see Algerian player with a relatively big advantage in coming out of the Benko gambit. b6. I like this fine myself. In the past, I played the sideline was f3, where white gives the pawn back, but instead gets a pretty strong central control. Unfortunately, it's nothing special. Black knows what's going on. White decides to give the pawn right back with b6, and this ensures that the a file is not getting open, so that black doesn't get enough play on the queen side because of it. And now we have a bank whatchamacallit, I keep trying to say Benko like structure, but it's not Benko. It's gonna come back to me. Sometimes it happens. The other opening line where black goes e6 instead of b5. It's not, obviously it's not Benko. It's oh boy, e6, right? e6, knight c3. Benoni, god darn it, sorry, my bad. B something, Benoni, there you go. Yeah, so here the pawn on a6 is kind of on the way. Like, black would like to have some kind of pressure going on an a file, but the pawn is in the way, and black doesn't seem to be getting any kind of play against the d5 pawn. So white is looking fairly solid now. Rook ed1, interesting. Look, why not rook ad1? Oh, it's a blunder. Oh yes, because now black can just take. Yeah, black can just take because, yeah, during all these trades, black will eventually have an intermezzo, and just picks up a pawn, although it doesn't seem like black needs it even. Black can just kind of ignore the intermezzo because white has issues. But black has them too. White will give them all to black, and black will give them back to white. No, I'm trying to reference a song called Issues, but it's not working. My English language does not have sufficient vocabulary to make it work. My apologies for people who just cringed at it. Hopeless attempt. And yet, white's pieces are precisely where they need to be. It feels like white is in a good shape here. Something like pawn h3 may happen, although d5 is under attack. Maybe black can just disregard the defense and try to... I got it wrong on so many levels. I guess queen takes h6 is better. And taking on d5 might backfire. Also not here. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Wouldn't be surprised to see some craziness unravel here, but I guess queen g3 is probably more normal, with knight trying to come to h6. What after knight h5? Is there like a forced win or something? Check. Here. Here. This is not good. I was trying to be very smart, but this doesn't work. Oh my god. Obviously black takes, there's a checkmate on h7, but if black just ignores the knight, then the king is able to escape through f7, through the white's knight. Pretty cool. And the last one but not the least, the last board. This is a pretty common position as far as I remember. Yeah, and then white goes for... So white didn't play bishop c4. Bishop c4 is the main line here. The idea being is that the knight cannot retreat, so it would have to go back to d5. That's best, I think, and eventually something like this would happen where black's pawn structure is or could have been better, but you know, it's an open position or about to be a completely open position. The black bishop can come out to a6. The d4 is isolated, so white has relatively good results here, but black, with precise play, black should be fine. Looks like that's not what white did. White just took back the knight, and that didn't even play bishop c4. Goes for bishop e2, so very timid play on white's side. The problem with this is that, yeah, as you guys can tell, black didn't allow white to play c4 quickly, so now white will begin experiencing issues with the c4 square, as black is just gonna start planting pieces on it. So not ideal for white, I would say. All in all, Algerian team was looking quite solid in this match, yeah, looking good for them. Hello guys, hello people from YouTube. So now Malaysian team, right? So we were going to look at the Malaysian team, and that's board 61. Let's go ahead and turn to Malay. Oh wait, no, this is not Malaysia. This is Sudan. So that's not board 61. Oh yeah, oh you mean I bet. Not sure what I'm on about. Clearly, there you go. Okay. Malaysia versus Cameroon. Okay, so board 1 sees a pretty standard King's Indian stuff, right? So the main line, orthodox, and white goes for early. Okay, it's happening again. Well, I guess I should be getting my apologies ready again. So that means, since this OBS drop happened again, it means that it's not my intranet, because I'm currently connected to Ethernet. Okay, so I'm gonna keep monitoring, but once again, my my apologies. I thought that the issue was my internet, and it doesn't seem to be the case. Let me take a look at my task manager and see what happened. Hello, sir. Do something to prove you're alive. Seems fine now. Yeah, it seems okay, but it's, if I'm not mistaken, last time it kept on happening. So it it makes me a little bit worried. I'm checking my statistics of GPU and CPU usage, and looks like the GPU might be an issue here, because it had a, right when the OBS dropped connection, the GPU had a massive spike in usage. I'm not sure why that is, because I don't really have anything open that would use the GPU excessively. Well, except for, I guess, except for you know, the stream being open in different tabs, like, you know, the Twitch and YouTube tabs and stuff. So oh, you looked at the kid and the computer crashed? Yeah, the kid is just too much for my computer to handle. It's like it just refuses to even attempt to figure out all the intricacies of the King's Indian defense opening. We'll just leave it at that, but I'll keep monitoring via task manager. But once again, when I was looking into this problem, I determined that this has something to do with the internet connection, which is not the case, once again, as I'm using Ethernet right now. Anyway, going back, let's waste no more time. Let us go back to this game, where once again Rookie 1 is a good addition, because it makes sure that the f1 square is available for the light squared bishop to go back to, in case black does play knight f4, which eventually black probably will. Not this time though. So f5, knight g5. Okay, so this okay, so also what's happening here is my Lichess is lagging. I wonder why that is. So the moves are coming through very slowly. Not sure if it's okay on your guys' end or not. Once again, I don't really have a stream running in a separate tab. I have the tab open, but the stream is paused. I'm not sure if you guys see it, but it doesn't happen on, it's not happening on top boards, is what I'm noticing. It's only happening on the boards that don't have the live camera feed attached to them. It's just like a random observation, but you know, once again, I'll keep paying attention to it. So far everything is pretty normal. This is all a well explored territory for both sides. White taking back with an e-pawn though is not. So usually white would take back with a c-pawn here, and I guess attempt playing on the c-file like so. And in this game, yeah, white went for e takes d5 after giving it some thought, and this was black is still, looks like black is still aware of what's happening, as he is responding very quickly, and white is clearly already out of their comfort zone. Black is still just machine gunning the moves out. This is, yeah, this is, I feel like we might see. Oh, by the way, apparently taking was a pawn here was a correct way of doing it, and yet black very quickly took back with a knight, which resulted in a potential disaster. I'm not sure what the problem with this is. Once again, looks very, very natural. You'll pass it on. Yeah, I don't know why that's happening. Like it doesn't happen to my, to the games on top boards. I'm not sure. It's bizarre, but it may have something to do with my OBS just crashing randomly. Like I just don't see any other reason for why it would be happening. My internet is fine, Ethernet is working, no interruptions. And it's just some kind of weird, GPU/CPU failure, which shouldn't happen because despite the fact that I'm using the laptop, I made sure that the laptop has a lot of memory, very good CPU. The GPU is the only thing that's kind of iffy in my laptop, but that's to be expected because it's a work laptop, and as it appears, it can sometimes not handle the pressure, and there's somehow more things going on the lower boards than there is on top boards. Anyway, black traded, took on g5, and yeah, now this position is strange because black wants to try and attack, and yet there's no pieces that black can use to attack with. So I guess we're gonna end up seeing maybe something like this being played, and potentially, yeah, I'm not sure what's happening. I'm not sure who is doing what. I would expect white to be doing quite well here, but as we can see that it's just a complete pure equality, which once again I would never guess that this is equal. I would guess that this is anything but equal, but the engine ruins my hopes and dreams yet again. Okay, so unclear position here in board 1 in Malaysia versus Cameroon. I'm going, oh my god, yeah, everything is lagging. Why? I have no idea why, but it's bad. Let's see. How does it look like on your end? Do you guys get the laggy moves or non-laggy moves? Please let me know. You don't see the lag, but you like it? What do you mean you like the lag? How can you? Yeah. I've tried. Yeah. The lag is only a little. Yeah, okay, but it's a little for you guys, but it's like a lot more uncomfortable on my end. Yeah, it's not the end of the world, but it's worse for me. Disabling hardware acceleration may work. Like I've tried doing. Okay, so I guess the reason for why I tried turning off software acceleration was different. Like I wasn't trying to do it to fix this issue necessarily, but for something else. And I think it breaks things if I disable it, if I'm not mistaken. So I probably shouldn't do it right now during the stream. I'll try it after the stream, but well, then I won't be sure if it fixes things. I guess if I try it after the stream, but okay. I don't want things to break even more, so I guess I'll just leave it as is and hope that the problem doesn't come back. In the meantime, we see a Malaysian player trying for I guess Pirk, or more or less. And yeah, and Pirk, especially with black's early pawn advance on the queen side, a lot of weaknesses appear. A bunch of trades happened. After knight h5, what would be a stronger response? I would expect bishop takes e7 to be good, and knight takes h5 is obviously not great because black will be taking the bishop instead. And yet this is somehow still okay. Like this feels lost for white now. Is f4 a move here? f4 is a move. He takes, maybe knight takes. No, knight takes, just drops a piece, okay. So what else then? Maybe h4? Yeah, okay, well this is not human, excuse me. Okay. I don't see anyone playing like this ever. So white made an obvious choice, which is actually a better choice than what I've just shown. Sometimes simple is best. And it looks like we are going to be looking at the endgame, where black is doing relatively well. Yeah, white rook does get on d7, but it's not a big deal, especially because black is getting ready to open up the b file that their pieces can use to infiltrate. Got it, Taurus. Well, just to kind of prove my point, let's take a look at the last two games of Malaysian team, and it looks like we will probably have a first result where Malaysian player playing with white pieces is about to deliver a massive upset, right? So we have, is this the same player who almost beat Mamedjarov round 1? Wait, what? What am I looking at? How is a player with black pieces an international master rated 1995? What? No, 1975. How is that? Huh? What the heck? Is that for real? Have you guys seen something like this before? An international master rated 1975. I've never seen anything like this before. I mean, I guess it's possible. It's just once you get it, you don't really lose your title. Oh well. Yeah. So London, where white goes for the h4 h5 breakthrough. Black nopes out, and then we just get to see like a weird London structure where white has their pawn on h4 and black has his pawn on h5. Makes sense. So trying to go for the breach, but yeah, it's just doesn't seem like it does anything. Yeah, and then white immediately kind of gives up on their idea. White pieces are not where they need to be right now, and yet, based upon what we see happening in the final position, black somehow managed to screw up their advantage. Here, black is essentially just winning. If I were black, I would just play something like f5. Just keep it simple, right? Open up the bishop. Start threatening bishop d4. Start threatening the g4 pawn. If white takes on f5, so be it. Great news, right? We just got our bishop out. So just keep it simple. Make simple moves if you don't see anything immediate. It looks like black just maybe just blundered this queen trade. And without queens, obviously it's way more difficult for black to apply pressure on white's weak king. But a bishop pair is still present, you know. I guess it's going to be black's biggest advantage. Okay, so now going back to, oh my god, it's just a day and night. Take a look. You guys see it, right? Zero lag. Just absolutely zero lag on my end. That's crazy. I don't know what's up with this, but it's actually true. Like I'm looking at any of these games. Zero lag. The pieces are moving perfectly normal. And you guys can probably see it too. By the way, b4 was found by Bu Zhangji. And we see a whole bunch of craziness unraveling. I feel like this is just a draw, right? Because even this is just a draw. Because the king can always just hide on d1. Wait, no, there's queen c1 now. Wait, so how does black draw this now? A little bit strange. Are there more GMs or LMs in the world? What LM? Lichess Master? Like what's that? Is that you would accept an honorary GM title? Ah, you can win the right tournaments, right? Rook d8? No, not rook d8. Actually, yeah. Now, as we are analyzing, it begins lagging again. Yeah, look. Now it's lagging a little bit. So yeah, some weird stuff. Yeah, I feel like I might need to ask somebody from Lichess to help me troubleshoot this, because this just doesn't seem right. I had no issues with this during my first two streams. Like I didn't have these like weird out of blue OBS disconnects, you know? It's literally just OBS disconnecting after a GPU and CPU spikes. Which once again, I'm not sure why the spikes are happening. But you know, at least we now know that if it does happen, you know, I'll be right back. So you guys don't go anywhere, and forgive me for being unable to fix this beforehand. Maybe the other rook. Yeah, the other rook works. Okay, what's happening? Oh, okay. I found a way to lose, ladies and gentlemen. Found it. Okay. Yeah, I'm not very comfortable here as white. I see that it's a draw, but excuse me. Oh, but yeah, but now I'm gonna give up the queen, yeah? And I'll be perfectly fine with my rook and two white pieces for the queen and a pawn. Yeah, okay. Crazy position. Crazy. Yeah, so apparently actually only king e2, yeah? Only king e2. Well, I guess c3 as well. Ah, but this is probably just an easier draw. Yeah, this one I can get behind this. Like this draw I can understand, because I see that there's going to be some kind of weird perpetual here somewhere. Yeah, this is bad because bishop b5, so I guess we should go here. Nope, 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 nope. Check like this. Yep. We can't allow the queen to defend ourselves, defend white. So the trick is to make sure the queen can never intercept the check. Okay, well, if it does end with a draw, it's probably going to be one of the crazier draws out there. Picking the right rook, another cool chess minigame. It is indeed. Okay. Let's see. Let's take a look at how Hungary is holding off against Lithuania. So yeah, this is where we left off. Richard report. Yeah, actually did go for h6. As I suspected, the capture on f3 never happened, or if it did happen, it happened much later. Whoa, look at Richie go. Look at him go. Long castle. You know, cue the Mortal Kombat music. Mortal Kombat. Fight. I love the spirit. Although, yeah, unfortunately, he can't really avoid the queen trade per se, because queen doesn't want to get into all kinds of trouble, right? So if queen f6, there's d5. So I guess the fighting attempt has failed a little bit, but all in all, the position is still very decent for black, you know. Yeah, white seems to be having a little bit of pressure going on, but nothing too crazy. Board 2. Whoa. Look at Peter Leko. As I said, not a big fan of black's opening choice here. Okay, so black does end up playing c4, getting the bishop sorta out to a6, and then he plays c5. Now, oh yeah, that means that black is not castling anymore, huh? Bishop a3, well, technically... Oh, so now there's knight g5, queen h5, okay, this is just... Or maybe throw in bishop d6 for a good measure, let's say queen d7, maybe now knight g5. Looks like knight g5 is just not working. How about b4, b5? Yeah, that's that. b4, b5, knight d4, and then the pawn just keeps going. Thanks to the knight on an outpost, white's pawn advance is going to be very more efficient, right? Thanks to this knight support. So yeah, seeing a Lithuanian player being sort of in trouble here already by move 16. By move 16, player with black pieces has 16 minutes left on his clock. That's not good news. Peter Leko also kind of doing, I would say, slightly worse than average in terms of time management, but still not as badly as his opponent. Chances are the black is probably just going to be losing this game very quickly because, you know, a couple of immediate problems combined with a really low time that doesn't usually end well. Okay, what about the other boards? Any chance for Hungary to make it up somewhere? This is where we left off. Grandmaster Berkesh Ferenc getting quite a pleasant position out of the opening. No problems, very safe, very solid. Gets the bishop pair, gets to play d4. Obviously, allowing white to play d4 would end up in the Queen's Gambit decline structure. So Ferenc says, nope, how about I just play d4 and exchange pieces, right? Because the bishop pair is there. So very nice decision by Ferenc. He actually is not in a hurry to take on e3 because, you know, if white ever feels like taking on d4, that just makes black's life much easier, right? With white now having a backwards pawn on d3, isolated pawn on d3, excuse me. I would say that probably just taking care of the f6 would be important, and if not, if black doesn't have to do that, then just getting the pieces all the way to the d file, beginning to hit d3. So yeah, now very well played opening phase by Grandmaster Berkesh Ferenc from Hungary. Hungary is looking very solid in this match so far. Let's take a look at Grandmaster Benjamin Gledor's position, where I think this is a Vienna gambit, right? Because white is down a pawn. Let's see. No, this was not a Vienna gambit. This was well, it's called Sultan Baif variation. What is that? I mean, it has a very strong Vienna vibe. Like it's almost the same, if not like if black goes bishop e7 here, if these pawns were on their original squares, it would literally just be Vienna. Adding a4 and c6 confuses me a lot. I'm not quite sure what's going on with those pawns being where they are, but you know, quite a dynamic opening choice by Benjamin here. You know, could sometimes be backfiring because you know it doesn't seem like white has any substantial attack on the king side, and otherwise black is just up a pawn, having a pretty strong knight on d5. Yes, suffering the e5 outpost problems, but nevertheless, you know, looking very solid here for black. And once again, if you decide to play dynamic chess and you sacrifice material and your attack fails, chances are that if your opponent gets a chance, then you know, they'll be taking over the game. So that's what I'm afraid may potentially happen, although Benjamin is up on time. A couple more moves have been played ever since. So here, bishop b3. And I guess basically claiming that, oh, the only way for black to make progress is to play c5. But playing c5 is not simple at all. Well, not just because the e6 is hanging currently, but also because playing c5 would further open things up, and maybe white can hope for some play, maybe even on the d file, repositioning the rook if as needed. So more or less unclear game here. Anyone can win, anyone can lose still. So you know, wouldn't go as far as to say that that Lithuania can use this game as their leverage, right, in case something goes wrong. And actually, right now, quite a few things are going wrong, especially on board number 2. But you know, there's always a chance that black will find a way to you know, to get a win here if Benjamin overpushes. You like white's position? Yeah, well, having knight on e5 definitely helps. But there is not much to do. Not much else white can do here. Alright, let's take a look at Vietnam versus Iran. Looks like we have more or less balanced position. Okay, so this is where we left off. Parham going for an unusual plan of rook g1, I guess, trying to go for the pawn rush on the king side. And it doesn't look like it's happening yet, so it looks like he was able to stop himself, because yeah, g4 is extremely weakening. And yeah, we see a lot of just maneuvering, just shuffling the pieces around. And finally, white does go for the d4 breakthrough. Once again, because this position essentially sees black having a bishop pair, this breakthrough may end up being in black's favor if white is not careful. Yeah, for example, if white plays f4 here, I feel like now black is going to be in a good shape. Like, very likely that black is going to give up the pawn with c5. As the pawn chain is gone now, as white have played f4, like something like this is what I'm referring to, right? So c5, bishop takes c5, and just queen e6. Yes, black is down a pawn, but this bishop is now a monster. Black has a pretty cool follow-up with g5, attempting to further ruin white's structure, white's pawn structure in the center. And yeah, a possibility of this getting into dynamic territory for sure. But let's see how it goes. It's anyone's game. Lim is doing quite well in terms of time management. I feel like Lim has been just so consistent, so good with his time, good with his opening choices, and all in all, he deserves the success that he's having right now in this Olympiad. I guess after bishop c5, probably just bishop d6 would be normal. Kind of offering the bishop trade, especially because there's d5 now as one of the threats, and even c5 wouldn't be half bad probably. Though the e4 f3 g2 pawn chain is a bit annoying, so probably d5 is or would be my go-to idea. And let's take a look at one other game. So here, This was a play. This is board number 4 in Vietnam versus Iran, and white player, despite being a pretty big rating underdog, he's pressuring black. Yes, he's attacking on the king side. We see a trade happen. Obviously, no queen trade, as white is now trying to win. So what's wrong with f3 now? Looks like the pawn is gonna fall. Is this what did black have in mind? Okay, so this is what black had in mind. Maybe even f5 here. Yeah, very interesting positional pawn sacrifice by black. Kind of claiming that, oh well, now white has a bunch of pawns misplaced, and if white takes on f5, rook takes f5. Now it doesn't seem to be the case, because I guess knight d2 or knight c5, and this knight is getting kicked out. So black does not get to perform anything substantial on the f file. I guess just e takes f5 then. E takes f5 makes a lot more sense to me now, because after f4, knight is getting to g3, and this rook might potentially get stuck on h3. So yeah, after g5, yeah, player with white pieces though has some time management issues, because he only has 17 minutes to make the next 16 moves. Could potentially become problematic. But once again, anything can happen. Oh, by the way, we already have a result. We already have a decisive game here. In the Uzbekistan versus Ukraine match, board number 1, Abdusatorov Nodirbek has slayed Andrei Volokitin, and yeah, in this game, well, okay, so Andrei went for a fight, playing Sicilian Nidor, and Nodirbek went for an old main line where the bishop goes all the way to b3, and I guess white's plan here is to try and apply as much pressure against e6, because in most Sicilians, what white usually tries to do is white usually tries to occupy the d5 square with one of their light pieces. Here, since e6 pawn is on the way, or it didn't happen, something completely different happened, where white castled along while already having played a3, which is very unusual. And yeah, somehow there was only one game where black played queen a5, which supposedly is already a mistake. And it looks like Nodirbek is still in his prep, because wow, very unusual stuff happening. Yeah, not quite sure. Looks like this trade is not in black's favor. Like white traded the knights. If black goes ahead and takes here, I think the problem is that the c6 square is going to be quite vulnerable, and if black ends up picking the pawn on d5, yeah, chances are that everything is just going to collapse. Yeah, as you can see, white is capturing the pawn right back, and then more alongside with it. So that's why black shouldn't be going for the queen trade. Goes for queen a4. White just goes king b1. Looks very scary. The b file is extremely open. It feels like black should have something here, but apparently this was all part of Nodirbek's plan. Yeah, planting the bishop on d4, essentially forcing black to trade, because black would never ever trade on white terms. Like if white takes on f6, exposes the king side, the game ends right away. So you see, actually, yeah, black was trying to trade on white's terms after all, but okay, so it doesn't look all that promising for white so far. Are we gonna see like some kind of big blunder? But take a look at Volokitin's time. Move number 26. Volokitin is down all the way to 12 minutes here, although the position is quite unclear, and yet, yeah, okay, so goes ahead, plays d5, which was inaccuracy. Supposedly taking on a5 was better, but I'm not quite sure what the follow-up to black's attack is here. The a4 pawn is pinned. White will be taking on a4, literally the next move. And yeah, I'm not sure. Looks like white is going to be just playing up a pawn here. So after d5, rook d4, I guess Volokitin was just too hyper-focused on trying to save the material, and he goes ahead and plays rook a c8, queen d2, which is quickly followed by a blunder in an insane time trouble, right? So he ends up playing the move rook c4, which was played on Volokitin's last second, where white can, I guess, just take on c4. Check is easily countered by rook b5, and yeah, the game ends, because after d takes c4, I guess just rook d8. No, rook d8 would be funny. Why did Volkiti not at least not didn't try to at least, yeah, play for a little bit longer with d takes c4? Maybe just rook b5. Yeah, rook b5 if c3, just queen c1. Rooks are defending the king quite well. And yeah, this is how the game ended. Very unfortunate turn of events for the Ukrainian team, as they are already in a 1-point deficit. Looking at other games, looks like not much is happening in this game versus between Vasily Ivanchuk and Nodirbek Yakuboyev. Looks pretty balanced. Black is likely going to be taking on a8. Could be taking on c3 as well, but this pawn will fall eventually. Rook c1. Wait, rook c1, why is this not good? I mean, oh yeah, here, right. Here I can't take yet because queen a1. So I guess white would have to find rook d3 now. c2. Yeah, c2 now, rook c1. So probably just gonna be a rook takes a8 case here. Yeah, black is might be a little bit uncomfortable with the double pawns, but I feel like as long as black doesn't allow this trade, so for example, allowing the queen d5 would be a disaster for black. So now white has an amazing pawn structure. Black has a weak pawn on e5, weak pawn on b4, weak pawn on b7. So that's something black should absolutely not allow. So I guess here just king move would make sure that this trade doesn't come by force. Yeah, as I suspected, no need for complications, right? You are 1 point ahead here. So if remaining boards draw in this match, Uzbekistan will win the match. So I guess this, Uzbekistan's board 1 winning should have worked as a signal for the other boards to kind of take it easy. But looks like Uzbeki team is overall just pushing the Ukraine, because even in this game on board 3, Sindarov Java here is actually doing quite well against Ruslan Ponomaryov, with Ruslan having some serious issues with the e6 pawn, and white having just overall a better piece synergy, having access to the bishop versus the knight, though the knight is looking kind of annoying on d5. The weakness of e6 is what pulls black down. All right, let me go ahead and take a look at the chat, because it's been a while since I've paid attention to what people had to say. One Forest blundered a game, or blundered his game. Okay, we're gonna take a look at that in a moment. Curly-haired gentleman from Ukraine, maybe Anton Korobov. Korobov, yeah. Yeah, Anton Korobov. Yeah, I think Anton said that he was interviewed after the Ukraine's victory versus Team USA, and Anton said that they still got it, but but the average age of Ukrainian team is 75 years. I think he was joking, and then he kind of corrected himself, saying that obviously I'm joking, but it's like on average we're all like 45 plus years old, and the longer this tournament goes, the more troublesome it's gonna be for us to kind of, because they run out of energy very quickly. The older you are, the less energy you have, and the longer the tournament goes, as per Karbov's words, the higher the likelihood that they will just collapse in critical games. And so far Ukraine has been doing quite well, but as we can see from this match, Vizvolakitin losing quickly to Abdusatorov, it might be happening already. After round 9, they would all collapse. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure why it has to be round 9 specifically, but yeah. All right, let's take a look at how One Forest supposedly blundered the game away. Let's see. So One Forest is playing with white pieces here. Once again, very common. Yeah, a4 has also been tried a couple of times. We are looking at more or less a Catalan structure here. But I like white's position. Yeah, I like it because if white manages to find a way to squeeze in the e4, black will very quickly run out of space. And already, as we can see, black pieces are struggling to find good squares. It's a very nice practical decision by Van Forest to not trade pieces, because once again, black has much harder time, much more difficult time moving stuff around. So already black is forced to go for an unfavorable trade, bishop for the knight in an open position. Van Forest goes for the sacrifice on f7, which is a sound sacrifice as it may seem. And where is the blunder? So what happens? So far everything is normal. A lot of pressure is coming out. And bishop b2 is a bit tiny bit too slow, it seems. I guess f5 maybe? No, but no, there's e5 hanging. So maybe just doubling the rooks and then following it up with f5 eventually, but not right away. So bishop b2 was a first tiny misstep, but even so, the funny thing is that black has an extra piece, right? And whatever, you can count black having an extra bishop here, right, for a couple of pawns, but the bishop is so bad looking at this pawn chains that it doesn't really matter. And oh, g4 was played with exceptional speed. Less than 30 seconds was spent for this move g4. And yeah, as I pointed out previously, even the 2700 plus guys are human, and they are also more than capable of blundering simple tactics like this one was white. Now been down the whole rook, and yeah, unfortunately, chances are, though queen c7 was not very precise, yeah, but chances are that Van Forest will be losing this game. Although, yeah, there's some practical issues here. For example, knight d7, there's f6, and now black is the one in trouble, because f takes g7 is coming, and the bishop pair. Oh, the lovely bishop pair is what carries white through this tactic. I guess after f6, black needs to move out of the way. No, what's that? So what's the winning moves then after f6? So we checked both captures. It was incorrect, right? It says -3. None of these work. Bishop f8 or bishop h6 don't work either. Yeah, this is not simple. I don't know how black wins this. It says just completely winning, and yet maybe bishop takes f6. Yeah, bishop takes. Ah, yes, because yeah, if takes, the king can just escape, because there is no checkmate with f7 as the bishop is under attack. Okay, makes sense. So yeah, this should be winning for black, but there's some level of calculation required for black to make this whole thing work. Nothing can be done. Yeah, that was weirdly pessimistic by Korobov. Like that's not something you would expect to hear from a team that just beat the rating favorites, right? Speaking of collapse, I think it's probably about time for me to take a 5 to 10 minute break, because I'm also old. I may not seem like I am, but I'm about to turn 28 in a week or so. So to avoid that, I need to take a little bit of break, use restroom, get myself a new cup of tea and stuff like that. So I hope you guys forgive me for that, and I'll leave you guys with the multi-board scene that has camera feeds for all of the games on board 1. So yeah, I'll be right back. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. What, again? How? Why? How long have you guys been on this scene again? What? And not only, oh, okay. Well, at least now you guys see the the players' cameras, I guess. Match 5. That is that? Yeah, that is Netherlands versus Serbia. Yeah. What the heck? How? This is just some bizarre stuff. Well, my apologies. I hope you weren't on this scene for too long. It's the same thing. There shouldn't be any screensaver stuff. The scene changed. A random scene changed. Tea time. Yeah. So you guys been on this scene for like 8 minutes now? Holy, my apologies. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Like, maybe it is a screensaver. I should look into it. Okay, I need to write this down. The heck. All right. Anyway, looks like no new developments in this Van Forest versus Serrana game. Serrano is still in a deep thought, and understandably so, although he does have a lot of time to work with. He has 25 minutes to make 6 more moves, so that should work out very well for him. We already have a draw in Korobov versus Vahidov game. Let's see any opportunities for either one of the players. Looks like Vahidov was doing quite well, but once again the advantage is so minimal that yeah, nothing happened really. Black had a tiny bit of chance at some point, but it wasn't enough. Any news on Gukash versus VE? And looks like we have some news as okay, so a6 was played. This is where we left off. a6 was played, and then I think as far as I could tell, Black did end up playing this g6 bishop g7 maneuver, which makes a lot of sense to me because once again the bishop is now well hidden on g7. Black gets possibilities of knight e7, possibility of f5, so it makes a lot of sense. It looks like f5 came through. That's another way of kind of trying to combat White's white piece on d5 is by kind of semi-ignoring it and going for your own play on the king side. Yeah, and bishop has a convenient hiding spot on g8. You oftentimes see this bishop hiding like this in Dutch. That's actually quite a well-known maneuver in Dutch defense, where Black obviously plays a 5 move 1 and Fianchetto's the dark-squared bishop, and then the light-squared bishop is getting hidden exactly like so, where the king moves out of the way and bishop moves from c8 to g8. So pretty common. Gukash actually goes ahead and takes, which yeah, is not something you would expect White do, as once again it makes it harder for the knight to stay on d5 and kind of reduces the amount of pressure in the center. So Wei has a correct idea where he plays c4, and over here instead of taking on f4, what would be I wonder what would be the correct way of taking these things. Maybe knight a5. Yeah, knight a5 seems natural, but then bishop a2. Maybe just playing this position down the pawn, but having a bishop pair and having the white knight on d5 being kind of pointless, right? So now it's likely going to get hit. Black will have some play on the b file against the b2 pawn. So yeah, all in all, this makes a lot of sense. But once again, it's tough to force yourself to play in a certain manner, especially once you've given up a pawn for compensation. Lanier's game, his opponent blundered and is now completely winning. Well, that is good news because I am rooting for Team US. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so it looks like Fabi is also doing quite well with this game, seeing Fabi going for a more aggressive line in Catalan, where Black quickly goes knight e4, or in this case it was knight h5, and then transposes into the Stonewall-like structures. Very aggressive by Fabi, and Fabi has been really feeling it this tournament. It seems that he is in a good state of mind, where the stuff that he's trying, it all kind of works out for him. And even when it doesn't, then it's mostly just his opponents being able to survive and nothing more, nothing less. So yeah, he seems to be playing on both sides, and then eventually yeah, Theodore makes a crazy attempt of e4, which supposedly is just losing, but it's tough. It's tough to understand why. Maybe it's because just capture, and just like moving the king out of the way. Okay, no, that's not it. Maybe takes, and then I suppose there will be some trouble with the long diagonal, or just taking on a4 will do just fine. Wait, so what's the big idea here? Let's see if Fabi. Let's leave this position as is, and let's see if Fabi manages to debunk this dubious idea. And no, looks like he's. Wait, what? No, it's fine. Yeah, this is exactly what happened. Yeah. Okay, I was slightly worried that he is not. See that he took on e4 immediately, but that's not possible. The knight is just under attack. He would never. He would never. Yeah, looks like this idea just doesn't work for white, and hopefully Fabi can convert off of this mistake. And yeah, so Dominguez's game. This is Sicilian. Also another side. Okay, so now we have a Moscow variation. The black played knight bd7 and then transferred the knight to c5. Once again, very unusual to see black knight getting to c5 so early. But all in all, we probably just more or less just transposed into the usual stuff. And Lanier has been playing very, very quickly here, which makes me believe that he might have had some idea beforehand, even though the position is quite non-standard. And yeah, okay, once black gets something like this and manages to play d5, that's when you know that things went exactly the way black was trying to make them go. Like c2 pawn, though a pass pawn, is going to be hit many times. And you know, if things go well, black should be able to at least. Okay, so here comes the blunder, bishop c6, rook e1. So now white is just unable to defend everything, yeah? Because trading leads to loss of the knight, and otherwise white just loses material in some other way. Yeah, so here we see it. Yeah, we see it happen. And very, very well done by Lanier. Wonderful combo. If knight d4, there's e5, and the game just ends on the spot. Good. I'm happy. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see resignation here anytime now, because there's literally nothing for white to be hoping for. Yeah, it's absolutely hopeless being down a piece here for no compensation. Very well done. Okay, Levon Aronian is also winning here. And this all happened once again from Sicilian defense. So it looks like in this match, US players deciding to play Sicilians, to play e4, facing Sicilians, working out in US favor. Playing Sicilian defense also is working out in US favor. So it's nice when everything kind of follows the plan, which is not a guarantee. You never know how it's gonna pan out, right? You never know what's gonna happen, what your opponent will decide to do, what kind of opening line, what kind of surprise you'll be facing. So when it all works out in your favor, it just feels nice, you know. And yeah, so black already resigned. Looks like black just went into the all-out attack mode, and it didn't go anywhere. With black just being down a piece. Yeah, the loss was imminent, and we already see also resignation on board 3. So US is taking a huge lead with board 3 and 4 winning their games. So at this point, just a single draw is needed to, make sure that this match ends in black's favor. Fabi not finding rook takes f4, kind of a bummer. Going with a slightly more safe approach of knight f8, just making sure that he doesn't blunder anything. And honestly, I don't blame him for it. Yes, he could be going for the kill, but at this point, as he has seen that boards 3 and 4 have won their games, I'm pretty sure both him and Vasily So will go into a safe mode, just trying to make sure that nothing out of ordinary happens. And here it looks like Vasily is never going to be in the risk of losing this game because it's just going to be an opposite card bishop endgame, which should be drawn. But once again, we have seen some accidents in the past, so let's hope it doesn't happen again. No more hiccups for Team US. Yeah, they've had quite a few by now, but they're still in a contention for winning the prizes. So let's hope that they can make a glorious comeback. Yeah, I think with this win, there is a chance that US will end up playing either India or China. Well, obviously it depends on the other matches' results, but it looks likely. It looks probable. Maybe if not in the next round, then in the round after that, the chances are high. Peter Leko, in the meantime, delivering the win for his team. This is where he left off, and player with black pieces, spending almost all of his time with the move d4, kind of hoping for some kind of counterplay, but Leko is unfazed. Just goes for the endgame, even though it may seem counterintuitive because it's an opposite color bishop endgame, but black pieces are just so poorly placed that the game ends instantaneously, and Leko, with a 23 move win with white pieces against his Grandmaster opponent, is bringing his team a bit closer to a match win. Not much changed in Richard Port's game against Titas Rimavicius. We see a bunch of maneuvering on both sides. A trade of light pieces, light squared bishops, which makes a lot of sense to me because once again, it's something that usually happens in these structures. Black doesn't really want to keep himself the light squared bishop, as most of the black's pawns will be eventually positioned on the light squares. So very solid so far. And while both players are kind of running low on time, this position is not dynamic. It has a pretty safe nature to it, so no blunders, no big blunders are expected here. On the contrary, on board number 3, yeah, there is a lot of action going on right now, and white only having 3 minutes for the next 11 moves. White has invested into I guess an all-out attack on the king side, because yeah, here as we can see, white eventually went for the pawn sacrifice on a3. Yeah, here it comes. White decided that okay, it's time to make things happen, running low on time, and white decided to try and close in the bishop, making sure that it's really badly placed now. I'm not quite sure what the follow-up to this will be. I wouldn't mind just going back to b5, making sure that knight stays on b3. Like it's at this point, it's very important for black to ensure that most of white's pieces are passively placed. And I guess if not for knight b5, the knight would be able to go places such as, let's say, f6. Now it's not as easy. Black has a very simple and straightforward development with the bishop coming over to d5, and then I guess queen d7, rook e8. There might be some other possibilities, maybe some breakthroughs like f6 available at some point, but all in all, it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough here for white to justify its pawn sacrifice. So looking good for a Hungarian team here for Berkish Ferenc, who is also massively ahead on time by about 11 minutes. Still not enough, right? So 14 minutes for to make 12 moves is very low, right? It's very little time. So anything can happen. It's going to come down to who plays better in a blitz setting. We'll see about that. And Benjamin Gledor's game once again took some turns here. Was Benjamin managing to force his opponent to make a bunch of weakening moves on the king side, and yet it didn't seem to have mattered because supposedly, although yeah, after bishop e7, rook e5, supposedly black doesn't have. Maybe here black would have tried for some activity with g5. Oh wait, there is bishop c2. Never mind. The bishop c2 doesn't work. Okay, wait just a minute. Why is g5 not good? So the engine was showing that black was slightly better at this point. Maybe e5, maybe it wants to. No, e5 doesn't work either. I wonder what the big idea is here. Knight e7 I thought would make sense, but the f4 is hanging, so black can't go for that either. If black is trying to win, g5 would make the most sense. But once again, it takes the game into a very unclear pass. So I don't blame a Lithuanian player from avoiding the complications, even though it feels like with how Lithuania has already lost the game, it feels like maybe it would make a lot of sense to go for some uncertainties and try to gamble it up and take the fight to your opponent, because yeah, otherwise, you know, if we just see a bunch of draws, Hungary ends up winning the match since they have already won a game. All right, thanks for stopping by, Linux. We recommend that you turn your engine settings down. Ah, you know what? Yep. Because I'm currently using this new. Or maybe I should just not use the new Stockfish 17. Maybe I should just use like a 7 megabyte Stockfish 16. The quality of the analysis will drop significantly, and I already had the memory settings turned all the way down, so it's on the bare minimum, which is 16 megabytes, and 2 threads. So I've had it at the minimum as it was, but maybe using the older version of Stockfish should also help, because yeah, it definitely is going to reduce the load on my laptop's graphics card, which I think at this point just seems to be the case. It seems to be like that's the issue, the main one. Hello, Airflow. I had a question in YouTube a while back. I feel like it's been probably half an hour since then, but Visit on YouTube asked me about Board 25, a game, MVL's game, what I think about it. So let's actually take a look. Maxim Vashilgrav, move number 25. So here we are. So White's king is quite exposed, but White is currently up 2 pawns, and Black doesn't seem to have many pieces available to make this attack worthwhile. So yeah, almost looked like Black is about to regain some material with this fork, but fortunately Queen b1 is attacking the queen, and yeah, Black doesn't have enough time to make anything happen. There's some uncertainty with the knight being as annoying as it is, and Black having some level of control over the d file, but I feel like with proper defense, yeah, MVL should be able to convert this. What's wrong with just taking? Maybe it's funny how White took a extra pawn number 3, and now that brought down the evaluation by like half a point. Maybe it's because taking on a6 implies that you're allowing more counterplay. and that's not something MVL is looking forward to. So he correctly decides to get the bishop over to b3. It definitely looks way better there. Going to be helping the king. Going to be attacking the f7. Here it comes. And black positions the rooks on the c file. MVO response was queen d4. It costs him a bunch of pawns. I guess knight takes g4 would have run into e5, e6, and it looks like, despite the fact that white has just given up both of his extra pawns, now white is in control. Like white is about to attack. Which is kind of funny how the tables have turned. Instead, Mikhail Mchedlishvili attempts to get into the endgame, which MVL is definitely not opposed to. This would be a little bit annoying, but I guess there's knight takes f7 and rook d7. If black tries to defend against it, then it's just immediately losing because the pawn just begins running and there's no stopping it. So looks good for MVL. Looks like he's in a good shape to win here, and he's been playing extremely precisely so far, and that's that's what it takes. You need superb time management, which MVL is showing exactly. Like he has 18 minutes to make 6 more moves, and this is just great. He's making nice weighted decisions. He's doing very well in time management, and his opponent, struggling in a losing position. It was only a minute to his name. We'll likely see white winning this, but once again, we can never count out the accidents, the uncertainties. It can always go south for players, and that's part of the game that makes it exciting for us viewers. MVL looks very serious on the camera. What do you guys think about sitting poses? What do you guys think about the way these players are sitting at the boards? Because I see that there is almost no similarities between how these players act while they are at the board. Close to no emotions. Some people like, covering their face with their hands. Some people like just okay. So we have some kind of result. Let's see, board 4. What happened there? So board 4 is Laurent Fresnay against Levan Pansula, and this seems like a draw to me because after rook b3 it takes. It's an equal endgame, and I'm pretty sure that's what this game ended with, a draw. Okay. Anyway, we see another draw. looks like a perfect game, right? Perfect game between Arjun Erigaisi and Wu Zhanji. It's the first draw of Arjun Erigaisi. So far, he's won every single game, but it seems that it ends now as his opponent managed to find the proper counterplay to Erigaisi's attack. So you see a draw on this board. Lukash looking decent for him, although he had some possibilities for an advantage. Fortunately, didn't manage to find it. What is the advantage? How are we gonna achieve the advantage here? Maybe just ignore everything and go like rook ae1. No, it seems that it's gonna be something more precise. Maybe rook f2, just taking care of the b2. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Beginning with rook f2, but yeah, not obvious at all. Takes queen b6. Hitting the b2 quite hard. Yeah, rook e2, it just doesn't seem right. I don't want my rook on a2. Rook b1 also doesn't seem right. Yeah. Yeah, not good. Oops. My apologies. I misclicked. Oh, maybe just knight g5, yeah? No, knight g5 just rook b2. White has issues with their rook way faster, way sooner than black has with theirs. Going back is okay, but knight d2 maybe? Knight d2 just rook b2. Yeah, this... Okay, I'm having some really bad lag at my end. But yeah, this was Lukash's only chance, it seems, and what happened in the game, he allowed a bit too much counterplay on the b file, and eventually, as we can see, both black and white are doing quite well. Pantala Hare Krishna having an extra pawn, but it's doubled. Sorry, Bang Yu having extra pawn against Pantala Hare Krishna, but it's doubled. And looks like the game has been fairly even for the past 10 moves or so. And yeah, looks like all draws are gonna be reached on the first board of this event, while Hungary will likely be catching up, given that they'll have no incidents, and given that they end up with at least all draws on the remaining boards. And here, yeah, here looks like Benjamin Gledora is taking a big risk with his attempt to win, right? So it's not quite sure what's happening here. How is this only minus 0.6? It's one of those positions, I guess, where it's crazy, you don't know what's happening, and it's like, oh, minus 0.5. Draw. It is here. So black is doing quite well, either way. Yeah, so this might be Lithuania's chance, like this board specifically. So they would have to somehow manage to at least survive this, and whereas white pieces having a lost position and no time on his clock, it's quite unlikely that we're gonna see white getting anything other than the 0 in the scoreboard in this game. Speaking of interesting games, looks like Lim has followed my advice of trading Turks with bishops, and so far a very clean game by both players, as we can see. 0 mistakes, 0 inaccuracies, just pure and complete understanding by both players. I wonder if this it is. Well, it's not going to be easy. There's going to be some calculations involved for sure. And it looks like it's still going to be a draw no matter what. Yeah, now we can see this is indeed a draw. Oh, the rook b1 has been played. Makes sense, you know, if queen takes a5, rook b3, and black can be could be possibly the one hoping for something, though the queen would most definitely have a perpetual check here. Knowing from experience, it's close to impossible to avoid perpetual from the queen when your rooks are far away. Looks like a draw to me. We already see a draw on this side, and unfortunately for Vietnam, their player with white pieces on board number 4 made a critical blunder in time trouble, playing rook to h4 while he had to play rook h2 now. What's the blunder of rook h4? This is queen g3. And it's really bad news for that rook, as it keeps sitting on h2, and the AM essentially just ends because of how badly white's pieces are positioned. So yeah, looking bad for Vietnam so far, and it looks like Master Lim Lequan would have to probably carry his team yet another time, though I think it's virtually impossible in this case. where white can force a draw in many different ways. Queen takes e5 being probably the simplest. So it looks like Vietnam's lucky streak might end in this round, but their participation in this event is not ending, so I'm sure they'll keep going. They'll keep trying their best. It's just a singular loss. They will have their chances if they keep trying their best. I'm sure of it, especially based upon how well they've been doing this whole time. One forest already equalized. Your analysis is on another level. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it as simple as I can, but I know it might be a bit hard for some people to follow it. I do apologize for that. I'm trying my very best. I hope you guys are enjoying the analysis. Yeah, let's take a look at what's happening in One Forest game. Supposedly, oh my, what's going on? So after a massive blunder here, Van Forest went g4 and blundered this tactic where he's now down a whole rook. Though for a pawn, for a single pawn, he does have a practical chance because he has very strong connected pawns in the center, taking away a lot of space from black pieces. And his opponent, Alexei Serrana, went ahead and played h6 here, which seems like a move that doesn't really do much for black. But apparently it appears that this position is just too much for both players to, to figure out what in the world is going on. Yeah, as they are successfully making it to the time control. And honestly, at this point, I don't know who is going to win or whether it's going to be draw or not. It is equal, but it is indeed anyone's game here. With white having to play rook f4, it seems, just to make sure that black doesn't break the nice pawn chain by sacrificing a piece. Since black is up a rook, if all they have to do is just give up a light piece for, to make sure these pawns are no longer a nuisance, black will still find himself in a massive material advantage case where, if that happens, white is toast. So that's why white needs to be very careful and not let it happen by holding the f6 pawn down with everything they got. It looks like rook f4 is going to do just that. But yeah, crazy developments in many games. Very exciting stuff, and as expected, as the event is reaching its final rounds, we're gonna end up seeing more action, more blood, teams taking risks and stuff like that. Okay, so in the meantime, taking a look at Vasily Ivanchuk's game against Nodirbek Yakuboyev, and Vasily seems to be struggling here because his king's safety is way inferior to that of black's king. I guess black having some possibilities for the attack, and also combine it with the natural weakness of the f3 pawn. This is where you see white having to essentially just have passive pieces defending as opposed to black's pieces applying pressure. And that's not looking good for Ukraine, unfortunately, as Ukraine has already lost the game and has drawn the game on board 4. Now it's up to these two games where both of the Ukrainian players are unfortunately struggling. Here, there's absolutely zero winning chances for black because black is down a pawn in an endgame, and Vasily is also struggling to hold with white against his young opponent. So this, all in all, this feels like it's going to be a win for Uzbekistan team. And yeah, I guess we're going to end up seeing Uzbekistan playing, on one of the top boards tomorrow, given that they can convert successfully. Max Warmerdon, in the meantime, managed to somehow lose, even though it felt like he was in a very good shape. So as I said, that I was expecting this game to be drawn any time, and this is the position where we left over. Max Warmerdam was up 30 minutes on the clock, having a very nice position, and what happened? Something might have happened. Something like something really horrible must have happened. And I do see the double question mark move coming in right here. Knight to e4 blundered the advantage away, and then this was followed by immediately by another double question mark move, queen a7, and Max Varmerdam was making these moves relatively quickly. Well, for this one he spent about 4 minutes, and for the next one he spent about a minute and a half. And then you see now white is taking over as there is no capture, right? So he cannot capture on e3. Apparently he still ended up doing that, and I guess realized that queen, let's say queen b6, black is completely lost now, all because the bishop on e4 is just hanging, right? So this capture leads to black having to give up his queen, as if he doesn't, the bishop, the bishop is falling and black is gonna be down a piece. So very, very unfortunate development for Max here. I would even say that yes, he ends up losing another piece because he has issues with the lost rank. Loses another piece. Now he's down a queen for a rook. There's no way to survive this, and very unlucky. Very unlucky. It seems that, oh my god, and now Erwin Lamy on Team Netherlands is completely lost against Velimir Ivic, and this just feeling like Netherlands team is falling apart here. Well, it looks like Erwin has been in trouble for quite some time now, having gone for a rather dynamic opening choice where white ends up winning a pawn, as far as I remember, but gets a whole bunch of problems with the kingside safety. And I think maybe Erwin was not quite prepared to play this fine, because it looks like he started spending a lot of time by move 11 already, and then I guess just kind of didn't feel it. So he got himself into this position, thinking that maybe the sheer amount of pawns that he has should be enough to compensate for the missing exchange. But apparently it wasn't. We can see Erwin's attempt to utilize his pawn advantage in the center, which didn't really lead anywhere, and he ended up losing one of the most important pawns, which is the e5 pawn. After this loss, white's position is just falling apart because rooks are becoming so powerful, and you see just every pawn just falling one after the other. The domino effect at its finest. And yeah, this is an easy win. White is trying, but you see everything is just getting lost. All the white pawns are gone now. The a pawn is not going to reach too far because once again black is there. Black is ready to take care of it. And yeah, this is a very unfortunate turn of events for the Team Netherlands. I'm assuming that there is a small chance that maybe Anish or Van Forest or Jordan Van Forest will find a way to somehow, some way squeeze out a win in one or both of these games. But yeah, it's not enough, right? They need wins on both boards, and it looks like Anish is the one making a draw in this Rooken game, though he should have no problem doing so. And yeah, it's just immediate draw, right? So at this point, Alexander Pratke, probably seeing how they're winning on the last board, he's just gonna take a draw and secure the match win for his team. But once again, this is like one of those cases where Netherlands team was on judging by the average rating, much stronger than their opposition, and yet very conspiracy series. What I didn't even manage to catch that message. I wonder what now I can't see it though. I wonder what it was now. Very high level and understandable analysis. Well, I'm glad that most people can navigate through these games with me. That makes me happy. We have seen crazier Rooken game losses, right? Technically, this is still possible to lose. Like, let's say if white goes for the pawn, right? Let's say something like this, rook takes b5. No, it's not possible to lose this because it's a relatively simple calculation. White's king is going to be fast enough. Yeah, this thing is lagging like crazy for me. There you go. Even though I'm using maybe I should just remove the search time. We should like make it all the way, take it all the way down to 4 seconds, and that should probably help the case. Okay, so looking like a big upset, not big upset, but looking like an upset in the Serbia versus Netherlands match. With Netherlands already losing by 2 points and not looking like it will change. And the match on the first board still seems extremely even, with this position being likely to transpose into some kind of rook and 3 versus rook and 2 endgame. If these pawns get traded, we'll have rook and 3 versus rook and 2, which is a theoretical draw. But once again, we have seen some crazy rook and game losses already, so don't go anywhere. This may not very well end in a draw. You never know, even at high level like this. Okay, so we have some interesting development here where Gukash decided to go for this 2 knights versus a rook position here, though expecting the rook to be pretty much a nuisance here for white. I don't think this is winnable. For example, now if let's say rook g1, even if black loses a pawn like this, then they will immediately recover it by capturing the a3. So taking on f5 doesn't seem to be possible, right? Taking on f5 means losing the a3. a3 is way more important than f5. Yeah, otherwise the rook is just being too annoying. So it feels like black should still be fine, but black does have to make their next move within the 50 seconds. It's not very difficult, right? Just kind of move somewhere. Rook a1 is fine. Any reasonable rook move would be okay. King e5 would also be okay. I feel like king e5, though this will probably not happen, I feel, because it may seem like the king doesn't belong in e5, as now black has a slightly more difficult time capturing the pawn on a3. But if you think about how does the knights move, they can't, right? Because the king is holding both of them. Yeah. And so yeah, king e5 is a good try. I feel like it's just it needs some time to be calculated through. And they not having much time to work with may end up settling for something safer like rook g1. Okay, we're seeing the rook c3 was played. There's only 3 seconds left on Vei's clock, and yet this was move number 40. So both players are getting the extra half an hour to think about their moves, and I feel like both players will quickly realize that there is not much to be hoping for either one of them. So still likely that this game will end in a draw. And once again, very, very likely that this game will end in a draw as well, as both players have made the time control with black playing g6, which is a good move. So let's see. Berkesh doing an amazing job now, having 4 extra pawns to work with. White's just having absolutely nothing going their way, just missing 4 pawns for no reason at all. And yeah, this looks like it's going to be a win for the Hungarian player. And wow, would you look at that? So Benjamin Gladura manages to trick his opponent in time trouble. Black is holding off just fine all the way until this point where c5 was played. I guess maybe knight f6? No? How about e5? e5 would have been good enough, but black plays c5. White finds an amazing resource, h4, that helps him bring the knight back. That is now coming to g5. And this is where white is beginning to take over with the blunder. The white's, taking over campaign begins with a blunder. Knight takes e6. What's the blunder? both players playing on increment leads to blunders. Expectedly so. Taking was unnecessary. I guess black could have just went ahead and taken something else. Or maybe like queen g6. No, but that's just bad because queen e5. As black, I'm trying to trade. I feel like if I manage to trade most pieces, my rook will eventually come over and pick up the b2. That's the plan. But doesn't seem like this plan is attainable. How about f3? Also no, white can just take on f3. So I guess probably the winning move was bishop g4, yeah. Using the fact that the queen is kind of stuck, likely queen h8 would be followed, and not not obvious. To me, it's not obvious that this position is -4 for black because there's no concrete way to win anything. Yeah, and bishop c3 is hanging. This feels like I understand why black didn't play bishop g4, having only 49 seconds to work with. It's way safer to just go ahead and take on d5, and now somehow, but black is experiencing a lot of problems. The bishop is about to be very strong. Pawn on c5 is hanging. Pawn on b7 is hanging. And oh no, white actually has a piece and a pawn for the rook, so almost a full compensation. Once again, what a great turnaround by Benjamin Gledera. He's now in commanding lead, not commanding lead, but he's now in the lead, trying to win. Though we could argue that this actually him winning the game is actually not needed because Ferenc Berkesh on board 3 is just completely destroying his opponent, so that this game should be over any time now. Playing with a 4-pawn deficit is I wouldn't say it's completely hopeless, but it's close. It's you're down just 4 points of material for no compensation whatsoever, playing against the 2670 grandmaster. It's chances are that you won't be getting far, but I guess Lithuanian player here understands that there is no other choice but to keep trying as the match is already going in Hungary's favor as is. So he keeps playing this relatively hopeless position, kind of maybe hoping for some weird type of blunder by his opponent, which is not going to come because Ferenc has over half an hour on his clock, and when you have a lot of time to work with, the blunders are unlikely. Yeah, Team Ukraine is not looking great. I would say Vasily Ivanchuk would have to win this, and Ruslan Ponomaryov would have to not lose this endgame, which once again it's unclear if it's even possible. Because White has a free shot at winning here with holding an extra pawn, but we'll see how it goes. And Anish, we already see a draw in this game. There's no way for either side to win here. Pawns will get traded. King g3, king e7, f5, or even king e5 here I think is going to be played, and king is just going to go to f6. This is a draw. Jordan Van Forest found the queen e2, I guess, claiming that if black tries for this... wait, so here, is there some g5 now? No, just queen g5. Okay, so what's the big deal here? Why is this still a draw? Oh, because bishop e1. And if queen h3, the queen gets trapped. That's nice. So queen h3, queen is getting trapped, having nowhere to go. Wait, what? No? Oh my. Okay, well, this is some advanced tactics, right? So the idea is that if white takes the queen, obviously it's just an even trade, and black is up in exchange. And if white takes the rook twice, there is a checkmate on the first rank. Very unfortunate. So at this point, if queen h3, is there a queen e... Is this actually a draw? What if king h8? Oh, but now we go rook e3 because now the king is on the lost rank, so this no longer works for black because we are capturing this rook with a check. Oh boy. Okay. So rook e7 forces black to take the rook, and now we just have a boring perpetual queen e5, king h7, queen c7, king h8, and there is no bishop c3 because the black queen is taking care of that. All right now. Well, we already see Anish Giri drawing his game, which concludes the match result in Serbia's favor. Pretty big upset, and yeah, Netherlands will be falling down on the list of players of teams still having a shot at the prizes. Yeah, there's only 4 rounds to go, there's 4 matches to go. You know, losses become more and more tricky to come back from. You know, the closer to the end of the tournament the round is, the more impactful that round is going to be. So, like, usually if you lose the last round, even in individual competitions, you'll almost never are going to win anything, except for rare cases where you are in a massive lead and then. Okay. It's happened again. Maybe what I could do is reduce the bitrate. That's fake. Let me try it. Hopefully it helps. But yeah, my apologies. I don't know why it happens. It just happens like completely spontaneously. It probably has like actually I haven't looked at my stats manager for a while. So okay, so during this drop I did not have, well, I did have a CPU spike. But nothing GPU related this time. Weird. So I reduced the bitrate a little bit, all the way down to 4000. Maybe it helps take a little bit of load off of my OBS, you know, as it doesn't have to transmit over a high bitrate. I mean, the change is, I guess, neglectable, 500 less, but hopefully it helps. Once again, apologies, I don't know how, why, and how to fix it. I suspected that my internet was at fault. But doesn't seem to be the case. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the women's games, because I feel like we have not been paying attention to what's happening in those matches, and it looks like Divya has drawn on board 3. We see Ro Lopez. She's put some effort into trying and advancing on the king side, but yeah, I see against the attack on the side, respond with a breakthrough in the center, so excellent choice by Grandmaster Nino Batsiashvili, although after bishop c3, black should have captured, and then after taking, I guess, c5, following through with the same idea, applying enormous pressure on white center, was not found by black, and I guess this was literally black's only chance to make anything happen in this game. As okay, so here, whoa, c5 and a draw was agreed upon. That is quite a head scratcher even. Okay, so what's the thing here? This is not good. This much is totally clear. Not great. We shouldn't be helping the bishop out. I guess maybe both players thought that this is okay for black. Oh, so wait, there's d4. How is this ever okay? f7 is falling. Wait, so what? How? Why? I'm confusion. Wait, if black can't take the pawn, what did both players miss? I wish, because sometimes maybe c5 wasn't played. Maybe the game ended up knight d4 and c5 was just them analyzing the post factum. Maybe that's what happened. I mean, it's unlikely. I airflow, I already have everything at bare minimum. Everything is at the bare minimum. I'm using the older version of Stockfish available. It's, yeah, 2 threads, 60 megabytes of memory, 0 lines, minimum search time, which is 4 seconds in my case. It's already, everything is already at, I can't turn it down even more. Somebody has already suggested this, and it doesn't seem to affect the outcome much. Divya has got some time troubles. Yeah, so here, yeah, c5. Maybe she just, yeah, maybe she just couldn't calculate, honestly. But yeah, if c5 did happen, then Divya might have missed a prime chance to fight for a win here. Okay. Board 4 of the Indian team. Oh my god. Okay, so Indian board 4 is crushing as white is unable to move. Wow. And black is just about to go for a kill, I'm assuming. If king e2, there might be some knight d3, knight c1. I guess that's the idea. And if white defends against it, then there's just going to be some infiltration stuff going on. So yeah, looks like it's just going to be a win for an Indian team on their board 4, which I'm sure they are all delighted about. And here, once again, the Indian team is, my apologies, the Indian team is in command. Knight d5 is probably gonna come out. I wonder if capture is sound or not. Capture is sound, but it's not gonna be the winning plan. What's the winning plan here? Let's take a look. If it's not, I guess, no, before just bishop. Wait, what? No. But how is this winning so badly for black? This is bad. Because now that's a sure way to lose. Okay. So how does black win now? Just moving the rook away? I guess moving it to c5 so that they can recapture back with the rook. Yeah, and then the rook is gonna come here, take the c3. Okay, yeah, looking good, looking strong. Black has great chances of winning this game also, and first board equal. Honestly, good. So India is leading both on both boards where India has black pieces. Quite unusual, but you know, works out. And Divya has already made a draw. Haraka Dranavadi is about to make a draw as well. So pretty good. Decent result. Games are too great these days. No wonder the engine is having a hard time. Yeah, I'm not sure if if it's the engine thing. Hello, Summit Roy. Doing well. Just having some issues again. Same issue. Not sure why. My OBS just randomly disconnects, and I'm not sure why it's doing that. It happened twice so far. Hopefully, it doesn't do it again. All the way until we finish in about 45 minutes. But yeah, games are very interesting. I've been enjoying looking at games of round 7, and I hope you have been liking the games too so far. All right, so looks like Hungarian team is you know, and even in women's section, Hungary is also playing on board number 2. which sees white will have to be the ones surviving for a draw here, right? Because if black promotes, well, this is a draw. Only black can win, needless to say, right? Because black has a bishop. Yes, if the pawn on f6 gets traded away, this is why I believe that this is also a draw. Yeah, because as soon as the pawn is traded, it's a theoretical draw. Now rook and bishop versus rook does not win, at least not within 50 moves. So white will be fighting for survival, and it's very unpleasant having to play rook versus rook and bishop. In the meantime, white has managed to win this rook end game, where white has been in the command once quite some time now, having 4 versus 2. It's not the same. It is 4 versus 3, but it's 4 versus 2 on the king side, which means that white is able to create a passer and then eventually win by promoting the pawn. That's going to be a nice victory for Hungary. This we've already seen. So here, the Hungarian player is going to be pushing. Board number 3 has already drawn. And if board number 4 ends with a draw, I think that's going to mean that Hungary is going to win this match. I feel like the simplest here would be to go rook d6 and trade. And just, you know, maybe just go back to just to stay safe, just to stay extra safe. Hopefully, the Hungarian player with white pieces will be able to recognize that all she needs to do is make a draw, and you know, the match will end. Yes, as we do see a result on board 2, this Hungarian player winning her game. So that means if all the rest of the games end with a draw, Hungary wins the match, and I'm pretty sure that's at this point. I feel like at this point, going for extra individual points is not going to be worth it at this point. All teams should focus more on actually winning the matches, and while scoring more individual points in a team match victory may end up mattering, it's probably not going to be worth it taking risks of not winning the match, right? So what I'm saying is that even with a minimal advantage of 2.5, 1.5, the match is won. But if you try to win more games to have a better tiebreak, you may potentially expose yourself to a risk of losing, taking unnecessary risks when it's not needed, because points, you know, match points matter way more at this stage of the tournament than individual points. So that's that. Right, I guess I'll have to keep looking into this issue of my OBS randomly disconnecting. I've already kind of looked at a couple of articles, and you know, checked a couple of posts on Reddit to see what people have been saying, and it's mostly people saying that it probably is a hardware failure of some sort. So yeah, once again, I'll have to look into it, and hopefully I'll be able to fix it. This is kind of what I was worried about, that you know, my laptop is not exactly meant for high-level streaming, and I did reduce the bitrate, and I think ever since I've done that, it didn't happen. And this weird disconnect didn't occur. So hopefully that's going to be it. Hopefully that solves it. Women's team Ukraine versus team Poland. Looks like board 1 has seen an unfortunate loss of Illia Nyzhnyk, losing her game with white pieces to Alina Kashlinskaya, where Nyzhnyk went for a rather sharp line, having to sacrifice the pawn, and failed to get enough play to compensate for the missing material. Although it does look like white is applying a good portion of pressure. So here, instead of d5, which is I don't blame her for playing d5. It's a very common thing to do in these types of structures, where white plays d5 and tries to keep black's double pawns, and also usually this breakthrough provides white with a pass pawn. Not this time though. Black just went ahead and took on d5, and yeah, if you are forced to move your pieces backwards while being down material, chances are that you have screwed up big time. And as we can see, Kashlinskaya manages to find a very nice tactical resource of knight d4, which allows her to trade most of the pieces and just win, just because she is. I've had the material, although here as we can see, there was a big blunder with Queen c7. It is unclear to me why this was such a big thing. I guess because g5 and the pawn could go all the way to g6. Yeah, actually, even g6, even g captures h6. Supposedly is also a draw, but yeah, this feels like it would have been white's only chance, as black's king is just so exposed right now, and there is no checkmate here. That's crazy. It feels like there should be a checkmate here for white, but there isn't. At least not according to the engine, which I feel like in positions like these, I do believe the engines eval most of the time. So that's that, and we see a quick draw. Was a quick draw between Anna Oshena and Monika Sochko. This was Petrov. White didn't manage to get any advantage, so settled for a quick draw, which makes sense. Irina Gapanenko drew with black, and Sicilian Paulsen. Having played d5 quickly, but that's because yeah, black faced a sideline of a3, which kind of made it possible for black to play early d5. And I'm not a big fan of the isolated pawn structures. I guess it didn't matter because yeah, we just see a bunch of even trades and the game ends in a draw. So at this point, Natalia Buksa is in a must-win situation, and she definitely has a shot at it. Let's take a look at what's been happening over the past couple of moves, and it looks like we see her trying to make some kind of progress. And black can't move as of right now because knight is completely stuck, having to defend c5. We are most likely to see this breakthrough happening, maybe even potentially g5 happening. Unfortunately, as soon as g5 happens, black king is going to jump into action. Interesting how this is still a draw, because if white goes h7, they lose because their king is a bit too far away, so black is just going to go ahead and pick up all the pawns on the queen side. And the way this is a draw is if white does nothing, white can just sit and do nothing. So with king f7, actually wait, no, it's not gonna work, right? Yeah, actually it does work. Sorry, knight h5 check. Knight h5, maybe just king h7. All right, I have successfully found a way to lose. No, okay, let's not make dubious moves, shall we? So maybe g5 instead. Trying for okay, so this breakthrough works like a charm, it seems, because the king is coming in hot and takes on g5 and has quite a few squares to go to, targeting either g5 or e5. So here after g5, it would be a frustrating mistake for black to take on g5, which is not, you know, king e6 would also be not great, because king e6, king g4, suddenly black is in a zugzwang. Black needs to make sure that the white king does not come over to f5. So that's basically the only trick of this position. I guess king f7 must be played. It's the only move black can make to hold the game. And you know, once again, anything can happen. Both players are, or I guess Natalia Buksa is about to be entering the time trouble zone. So you know, let's hope that she at least finds this idea, because if she doesn't, then I'm afraid there's no chance for white for anything. Mafaz is losing again. Let's take a look at Mafaz's game. I believe it's Albania, is it? Probably he is, since his team lost a couple of matches, I think they're now on, yeah, No, Pakistan, my bad, not Albania, Pakistan. Okay, so what's happening here? What happened in this game? So this was some kind of weird Pyrrhic defense. The black played queen a5 quite early. And then decided to play defensively with c6, d6, e6. Pretty cool pawn structure. Yeah, bishop g2 seemed to be a little bit of the grid when it comes to having your position fully protected, fully defended. So I guess maybe bishop d3 or bishop e2 would have made more sense, because now yeah, this allowed knight b6. And yeah, having this position in the endgame, though the engine is gonna tell you that white is better, I yeah, have a really hard time believing it. And as we can see, Mafal is making this very understandable human decision to play f5, because if black goes g6, then you end up stuck with the double pawns. Your pawn on h4 is separated. It's going to be always a target for the black bishop. So not a big fan of making this an endgame, right? Not a big fan of trading queens. So I feel like this was probably his real mistake, because yeah, once the queens came off the board, very tough to play this for a win. And once again, I want to point out that the engine Lex is for white. It says plus 0.2. I don't believe that's true. I think it's easy, very easier for black to play this, and black having no weaknesses whatsoever, having knights in a closed pawn structure. You know, it doesn't feel right that this is better for white. So once again, Mafa is making very understandable choices. You know, trying to expose the position, trying to get rid of those pawn chains, but in the process, he kind of forgets that he's about to lose quite a few pawns. You know, trying this idea out, and since this is pretty much an end game, pawns are valued a bit more, so you can't just go for pawn sacrifices at will, because oftentimes you will just not have enough counterplay. It looks like yeah, he managed to make it somewhat crazy, but yeah, now he's playing with a big pawn on h8, right? Knight on h8 is not a real piece anymore. It's just kind of sitting there waiting for his inevitable. And yeah, I'm afraid this is going to be a loss, because eventually he will have to bring the rook back, and then rook c8 happens and the knight is gone. Maybe at this point, honestly, black doesn't even need to do any of that. They just go rook c2, d3, e2, and promote. So yeah, I'm afraid this game is donezo. Let's go back to the top boards here real quick to see if there's any kind of development on any of these. Yeah, there's been some moves on board one. Moves don't really change anything about the position, and I feel like that's exactly what we're gonna end up seeing. That just a draw, because both players realize that there's no way to make progress. And in this endgame, yeah, looks like a very clean game with no mistakes. Both players have been playing excellently. Black is going to be capturing the g3. I feel like even if white gives up the h3 pawn, the king cannot join in, right? The king cannot come out, so white rook will always just sit on b7, and eventually the king will start to try and come in. There might be some practical challenges here for both sides, but yeah, no, I think this is just easy draw. Okay, so Vietnamese player, I guess, understanding that he has to begin taking some risks if he wants to save this match. He took a risk, gave up the h5, the extra h5 pawn, and now he is in trouble. which once again is understandable. You know, it's tough when you're in a must-win situation. It's tough to uh, to play. You're the lost player, and it's up to you to save the match, to you know, give your team some hope. And you know, can't be blaming Tuan Min for trying to make a difference, because all White needed was a draw, so needed to give White some rope, and instead gets a rope himself, getting himself into a worse endgame. Ruslan Ponomarev has lost this endgame, as I suspected, so this is the last position we saw. And yeah, okay, so yeah, once the white pieces are off the board, it's game over. So there's literally nothing else to look at. I feel like h5 was just the last straw. So now black knight cannot avoid being traded off for the bishop, so the game ends instantaneously, as the pawn in game down a pawn is a loss. So this is a loss, and therefore Uzbekistan team has officially won the match. They're leading 2.5-half, but Noirbek Yakuboyev is still trying for a win. I guess this is actually a prime spot for Noirbek to try and win the game and gain an additional individual point, because the match is already won. So at this stage, playing to better your tie breaks would be a way to go, especially because he is better. Though he's been dropped to mere 4 minutes. You know, if Noirbek just wants to draw, he can just offer it. I'm pretty sure it's going to be accepted very quickly, as White is not really trying to win. White is just trying to defend the multiple weaknesses in his position. At the same time, you know, there might be some practical chances. You know, if he really wants to try, he should be getting prepared for the g5 h5. You know, with possibilities of some breakthroughs with g4. You know, but that involves some level of risk. I'm not sure if Noirbek will be willing to accept that risk in this game. We'll see. Okay, so it looks like Fabi decided to take it easy, because his team, yeah, because his team won on boards 3 and 4, and so with Fabiano and Wesley So making draws on boards 1 and 2, Team US is taking a victory over Team Greece with a score of 3-1. Very respectable score. Congrats to Levon and Linier for winning their games. It's something that they probably needed for, you know, personal reasons. Like when you are playing an event as important as this one, it's really tough when you can't win critical games. So hopefully these victories can boost their morale and help them reach the end with you know, reasonable results. So I'm only now noticing Nikita Khoroshev's comment about Van Forest winning. Wait, what? No, I don't think anything happened. It did cut out momentarily for you. Well, nothing on my end. It didn't happen. Like, I would have noticed it, but nothing. I think at least no frame drops ever since the last disconnect, which happened, what, about half an hour ago, was it? So I guess bringing the bitrate down by 500 helped, hopefully. Famous last words. Magnus Carlsen, I think we haven't looked at his game yet, and he won in playing Philidor. Fairly safe opening, and yeah, he played it quite aggressively, having captured on d4 early. So black needs to watch out, because the d6 is a problem in these positions. It looks like his opponent very quickly found a way to make a semi-blunder, allowing the c5 breakthrough. And okay, so I really like this. I really like this game already, because black makes a positional sacrifice to get a bishop pair and a superior pawn structure. The material itself is not enough to compensate for the missing rook. But just because of how good the black pieces are, oh, I love this game. Yes, it wasn't perfect. Yeah, we could see a couple of hiccups from both sides, but I just like the decision making, and it's something that I've been a very big fan of ever since I saw AlphaZero versus Stockfish match. And in most of the games, AlphaZero was just going for a bishop pair, even if it meant losing 1, 2, 3, 4 pawns, you know, just kind of, you know, investing just everything into having a bishop pair in an open position setting. So very well done, Magnus. Really love this game. Here supposedly black couldn't figure things out and lost. So here, as you guys may remember, playing with d4 and going for something like this could have been very promising for black, but black couldn't figure that one out. Played knight b6, played a bit safe, and playing safe actually now the knight on e4 is just a monster. So all the white pieces are now exactly where they need to be. Everything is coming close together nicely, and yeah, as we can see, white's attack is actually quite powerful here, having obtained a bishop pair. White had a very nice attacking game where black lost on time. It wasn't a win by position, it was win by time. b5, and while we do see black getting an extra 30 minutes on his clock, because it happened before move 40 was reached, it means that black has officially lost in time and the game ended. b5 was a decent move, but once again, who knows what could have happened in this game. White does have a pretty steady advantage, but you know, it's nice that white doesn't have to, you know, think long and hard about how to breach through, how to win this, holding a bishop pair as the opponent flagged. Oh, that's a big panic button. Well, Alexandra, is it Alexandra Botez emote or someone else's? Magnus has won. No way, and Norway actually won the match. Well, wait. Okay, so my Lichess just gets disconnected. Very sus. Okay, so yeah, looks like Norway might be losing this game, but they won on board 4, so Norway has already won the match. At least 3-0, at least 3-1. Maybe better if their board 3 manages to hold. Romania. Bogdan Daniel taking out Jan-Krzysztof Duda in Romania versus Poland. Bogdan Daniel is likely a rating underdog, although by not much, by approximately 50 points, but still. Winning as white against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And okay, so this line I really like this line. I think here bishop f1 is also interesting. Maybe because black played knight c6, I guess there's no need to play bishop f1 anymore, but the idea of this line is that you end up playing either e4, e5 very quickly if you're allowed to, or you end up forcing black to create weaknesses in their position by forcing b4 out. So okay, so as we could see from Prague's game, even if black loses the pawn in these structures, white can rarely use their extra pawn on b2, and yet Bogdan Daniel managed to do that. Though I'm not quite sure how. It doesn't seem... Okay, what? Okay, so he just naturally won the position with an extra pawn, which shouldn't really be winning for white. But I guess this is why it's always nice. Okay, yeah, like this should never be winning. So what happened? Okay, well, this should have been played, which is not obvious, right? But black does have a pretty cool counterplay here, using the knight on e3, going for some perpetual. And knight h5 was a massive blunder, and he's just having mere seconds on his clock. Bogdan Daniel just gets a wonderful chance, and Duda just resigns after g4. So Duda spent no time taking on h5. The move was made within 30 seconds. Ends up resigning on move 39. This is the stuff I've been telling you guys about. Things like this will keep happening as the tournament is coming into its close. Even the elitiest of the chess players will be making massive blunders for this one. You know, Duda had basically no shot at making this kind of blunder. He had a lot of time on his clock. You know, he has a draw, relatively simple one to that, but you know, nevertheless, a quick response leads to a disaster. Everybody panic. Wait, what's going on? Okay, so yeah. Okay, so now I had some dropped frames, yeah? It didn't... I'm on Ethernet. Okay, so that's not the internet problem. It didn't drop, right? So the OBS is still working fine, but yeah, I do see that there are, you know, it didn't disconnect. So what you're saying is that my bitrate should go even lower. Okay. Let's try 3500. We're going way down. Like way down. Hopefully it doesn't affect your guys, you know, video quality all that much. I mean, it will, but hopefully not by much. I do have dropped frames. I have 500 extra dropped frames over the past 5 minutes. I can see that. Duda's father is Polish president? What? $3,500 is plenty. Well, if you say so. Board number 4 is yeah, Liviu Dieter looks, yeah, he looks no wait, that's not him, is it? Whose games are we on right now? Oh, it is him. Wait, it is him. And looks like he is winning, which means, okay, but he's only been winning for barely for 2 moves. A big blunder by Simon Gumulars, because here after knight f4, a bunch of pieces are under attack, a whole bunch. I guess we want to take on c8, probably. No, we don't. What are we trying to take? I don't know. How about we check first and then we take? That's better. Okay, that's no, yeah. Now that's obvious, right? If white loses the b5 is the b pawn is white's only leverage. Otherwise, it's just all falls apart. So, nice geometry, very nice geometry. Request for a Gukash/Wei game in the YouTube chat. Yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead and look at that game. I was kind of hesitant to come back to this game because of its slow and monotonous nature. Like, what ends up happening here is that white should never lose this, right? Because if you think about what can black possibly hope for, and that's only the a4 pawn. If white manages to lose the a4 pawn and black gets something, right, they can play for. But other than that, black is in no world would black win this if white just sits and does nothing. Knights are just taking care of everything. So white is clearly the one trying. But at the same time, because the knights have to hold these positions to make sure that everything is protected, you can't really use them for active purposes, if that makes sense. So now you see Gukesh is trying to reroute the knight to f3 and then potentially maybe to d4. But I'm not sure how. Okay, what if it happens? What if I, as black, what if I'm just gonna let it oh. I'm just gonna let it be. Let it be. Just because of how jumpy the knights are, it's, black needs to be careful to not not run into a fork. Would have been a funny way for India to win the match, wouldn't it? If black holds the draw against two knights, it will be a miracle. I wouldn't call it a miracle. Like, a rook is actually very, very strong in endgame. Like, so strong that I would be surprised if white gets a realistic chance to win. Actually, here, this is this is already not. Yeah, see, black loses a pawn, and yet it's still, the eval bar is not even moving. But yeah, I would say that once black loses a pawn on the 5, it gets very unpleasant. So I guess here we just no, okay, we can't just do anything. Which once again proves my point that one is the only one who is playing for the win, and yet if black is precise, should be holdable. Can Ilya perform the Navarra Chesterday song? Chesterday? What? Fill me in. What's Navarra's Chesterday song? Pure gold? Chesterday, all my checkmates seem so far away. Yeah, it does sound. It does sound like it rhymes. Rhymes with the original, rhymes for the song's actual purpose. Nice. Okay, so what else can we look at? Let's go and take a look at what matches are still undecided. Okay, so here we have Kazakhstan versus Azerbaijan, and Azerbaijan is in the lead because Azerbaijani's first board managed to win his game right here. Not without hiccups. Looks like it was a tough work for Aydin Suleimanli, but he managed to crawl out of a worse position and eventually outplayed his opponent from Kazakhstan. Wow, what a game. And there's no defense against a3, so black resigns. Yeah, that's that's a game. 2 draws on boards 2 and 3 for this match, and then there's just this one last game where a player from Azerbaijan is pushing. So Azerbaijan only needs a draw to secure a win in this match. So hopefully player with black pieces doesn't forget about it. A piece and a pawn, but what a pawn, what a monster for an exchange. Knights are way too tricky. Yeah, I agree. They are tricky, but we shouldn't forget the true power of rooks, and that rooks are doing quite well in endgame setting against light pieces in general. Would any of you guys like to watch any particular game for the final 10 minutes? Because I'm afraid uh, I'll have to escape you guys in 10 at the hour, as I have another professional activity to catch. So, any final game requests? Otherwise, I'll pick something that seems more or less exciting, and I feel like, yeah, this freaking game might be exciting. Is this losable? Let's see. Is this losable for either player? I doubt it. Oh, it is. Well, that's just not the kind of tactic that anyone would blunder. But yeah, even this is not losable. Like if I'm just making random moves here and still a draw. You see, it's almost close to impossible to lose this as black, but I guess black is the only one who can lose, because white's pawn is up and running. Take a look at women's matches. And yeah, the Indian board 4 has already won the game. I think we have seen the game somewhere around here. Yeah, and black played knight e5, knight d3, and very nicely done. Very nice for them by black. And so we are going to be definitely seeing India having 13 points out of 13 possible after 7 matches. Very impressive performance so far by the Indian team in the women's section. Given that the Indian player does not blunder something crazy in this case, while also having a winning position, as the c pawn is way more important than the a pawn. And board 2. Okay, so Hungary has already basically won the match, given that no unpleasant surprises happen. Right, it's just taking on e4, taking it easy, securing the draw. Basically, securing the draw means securing a win in the match, as black would never ever lose this. Once again, the only way to lose these types of positions is to blunder something really severe. Okay, so looks like Natalia Buxa did find g5, and her opponent successfully found the king f7, which is the only way to make a draw. There is no triangulation available. Black king does reach the e6, and here, as though the knight is coming to f5, I feel like black is okay. It's not that obvious. Not that obvious at all. We could see some potential problems with this, though. Yeah, it looks like white just doesn't have enough here, right, to work with. There's not even a way for white to reach the f7. This knight would have to go all the way over, and then there's knight d6, so white can actually even over push this. But white is in the must win. I wouldn't be surprised to see if Natalia Buxa actually ends up over pushing and losing, although I would prefer that she doesn't. I'm still rooting for Team Ukraine. So yeah, tough situation here. And looks like American women's team is currently leading with Carissa. Yeah, we already seen Carissa's victory, but Irina Krush lost her game. I was kind of afraid of that. It's very unpleasant position here for black, even though it was relatively even at some point. Yes, at this point it was even, where Irina surprisingly made a very nice positional choice to give up in exchange for a bishop pair and a pawn. But then, yeah, trading pieces. Yeah, you should try to avoid trading once you're down material. I think she thought that her bishop pair is just so strong that it won't matter. Maybe she just overpushed. Honestly, like I'm looking at what's happening. Okay, so I think it's just that the time pressure happened. I see that she's playing an increment, and then she blundered the breakthrough c5, and the game just ended because she can't stop the queen from promoting, or the pawn from promoting. Unfortunately for her, Alice Lee avenged her loss. And this position was promptly won by Alice, which is really nice. Once again, great stuff. The pawn chain together with the rooks been amazing in the endgame. A little bit of scary there in the end, but all in all, pretty good. And ooh, so Begim is losing, which means that if Begim loses this game, and according to the engine, she definitely will, as there is a forced checkmate on 16, it's going to be a draw in the match, which now probably has some players kicking themselves about the loss, but you know, it is what it is. At least it's not a loss in the match. At least, you know, that's good. Can we see US versus Uzbekistan's first Norway? Let me see. So US won the match. And the US was honestly just need to look at the standings, because I'm not quite remembering how, in terms of point scoring, how well both US and Uzbekistan were doing. But it looks like US was one team point behind. US could be playing Vietnam, since Vietnam is about to lose their match. So I feel like, yeah, that's very possible. I don't think it's possible for US to be playing against Uzbekistan, because Uzbekistan is going to be one team point ahead. So unlikely, well, possible, a little bit unlikely. Nyzhnyk okay. Slight advantage for Gukesh. Sees 0.3 in the game. 0.4. Yeah, the knights are crawling up to the Black King. It's gonna be insane if Gukesh manages to squeeze out a win in this game. I'm sure his team will be delighted. But you know, there's always a thin line between playing a relatively drawish endgame for a win and potentially overpressing and taking it easy and making a draw, and you know, kind of making sure that you remain a leader, which is exactly what's going to happen if India draws. They will be leading by. No, actually, that's not quite true, because Iran just beat. Vietnam. So both Iran and India will have 13 points out of 13 possible, and they will be facing each other the very next round. There will be no questions asked. All right. With that said, thank you very much, everybody, for joining. I once again apologize for having technical difficulties, but I feel like, I now know what I need to do to make sure everything goes smoothly. Please make sure you stop by tomorrow, as I will be doing the coverage for round 8. With that, I wish you all to have a great day. Take care. Peace. I will see you guys tomorrow.